Chapter 534. Hua Xiaoheng discreetly withdrew his arm and walked out of Song Jinning's bathroom to head to her office. Song Jinning smiled as she followed him back to her office and sat down. "Tell me, what do you need me for?" Song Jinning opened the notebook on her laptop, intending to jot down Hua Xiaoheng's request on her electronic calendar. That way, she could add a reminder so she wouldn't forget. Hua Xiaoheng sat across from Song Jinning with one hand on her desk and the other playing with his phone. He said calmly, "I just submitted a marriage application." Song Jinning gasped and couldn't close her mouth for a long time. After a long time, she finally stood up in surprise. Placing both hands on the desk, she leaned forward and said eagerly, "Xiaoheng, you're really getting married? Who's the bride? Is it Nianji?" After Song Jinning came to her senses, she quickly noticed the different way Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, she also noticed Hua Xiaoheng's different attitude towards Gu Nianji. She was happy to see the two of them get married. Gu Nianji was a genius girl, and Song Jinning had also been called a genius girl when she was young. Geniuses always appreciated each other, and she liked this lively and cute girl. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly with a faint smile on his face. His fingers gently tapped on Song Jinning's desk, and even his voice was much gentler. "You like Nianji too?" "Yes, this girl and I hit it off very well." Song Jinning beamed with joy, but after a while, she was confused again. Submitting a marriage application is a good thing. "So why did you come to see me?" She had thought it was a difficult question. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the delicate carvings on the side of the dark red mahogany desk. His voice was very low. "After the marriage application was submitted, my father objected during the organization's meeting." "What? He objected? What right does your father have to object?" Song Jinning was furious as soon as she heard this. Her pale face flushed red, and her limpid eyes were like stormy seas. She slammed the desk. "Don't worry, I'll go see your father tomorrow. If he dares to stop me from bringing my daughter-in-law into the family, I'll let him know why flowers are so red." Hua Xiaoheng didn't expect Song Jinning to be so supportive of him and Gu Nianji. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, but it was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure. "Then I'll leave it to you." Hua Xiaoheng stood up and bowed slightly. "It's late. You should rest." "Well, I won't keep you either. It's the middle of the night. Go back and sleep early." Song Jinning looked at her watch. It was already past 4 in the morning. She personally walked Hua Xiaoheng out. The silent corridor lit up again, and Song Jinning's face glowed in the light. "Xiaoheng, does Nianji know about your marriage report? As a mother-in-law, what gift should I prepare for her? Do you know what she likes?" Song Jinning asked excitedly. She couldn't wait to bring Gu Nianji in right away. Hua Xiaoheng froze. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked slowly. He shook his head. "She doesn't know yet." He glanced at Song Jinning. "Please don't tell anyone." "Why?" Song Jinning looked at Hua Xiaoheng in shock. "Is there something that needs to be kept a secret?" She now knew that her son wasn't doing a normal job, so she was very careful not to cause him trouble. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head again. "That's not the reason." "Then what reason is it? How can you be like this? You're getting married, and the girl doesn't even know. You're really taking care of everything." Song Jinning couldn't help laughing. She was in a very good mood. Hua Xiaoheng remembered Gu Nianji's resistance to her new identity. He was silent for a moment. "Because the marriage application is only the first step. After it's approved, there will be a background check. I'm not sure how long the background check will take. It could be as short as 6 months, or as long as 2 or 3 years. "Oh." Song Jinning was confused. "I don't think it was that troublesome when I married your father." "Yes, different positions and military ranks mean different levels of background checks." Hua Xiaoheng explained briefly. Song Jinning instantly understood. Simply put, Hua Guanshan's military rank wasn't high at the time, and his position was only in the middle ranks. Therefore, the time and procedures for the background check were much simpler. Hua Xiaoheng was already a general in a special confidential department in the military. The intensity and length of the background check was much higher than Hua Guanshan's at the time. After sending Hua Xiaoheng off, Song Jinning only slept for 3 hours. She got up to wash up and change her clothes. Before Huguanshan left for work, she once again went to the Hor residence. Huguanshan was the only one living here now. The Zhangs had all been chased out. Hua Xiwenong and Hua Jialan had gone to Europe. The empty house echoed as she walked. Huguanshan left early and returned late. He rarely stayed here. However, Song Jining arrived early today, so Huguanshan hadn't left yet. When he looked up, he saw Song Jining walk in wearing a sky-blue dress suit. Huguanshan's breath almost stopped. He stared blankly at the cold and beautiful Song Jining walking up to him. He was about to speak when he heard Song Jining frown and ask unhappily, "Why are you against Xiaoheng's marriage application? What right do you have to oppose it?" Huguanshan's passion were blocked by Song Jining's words. His expression darkened, and he said in a low voice, "What did you say? How did you know about this?" He had expressed his opposition during a regular meeting. Could someone have leaked the secret? Huguanshan thought of General Ji, and the fire in his heart burned even brighter. "Don't care how I know. I'm only asking if you oppose Xiaoheng's marriage application." Song Jining glared at him. Her beautiful face became even more vivid and beautiful. "I oppose it." Huguanshan's face darkened. He raised his head and said coldly, "Do you support it?" "Of course I support it." Song Jining also raised her head and refused to be outdone. "Xiaoheng and Nianji are a match made in heaven. Why are you opposing it?" "A match made in heaven." Huguanshan wanted to laugh out loud. "Jining, do you know that Nianji grew up with Xiaoheng? Xiaoheng is her guardian. So what? He's just a guardian. He's not a blood relative." Song Jining sneered disdainfully. "I've already figured it out. The military entrusted Xiaoheng to take care of Nianji. What misunderstanding do you have about this nominal guardian relationship?" "It's not that I have a misunderstanding. It's that other people will have a misunderstanding." Huguanshan looked at the stubborn Song Jining and felt like his blood vessels were about to burst. He also glared at Song Jining. Nianji grew up with him. When he became her guardian, she was only 12 years old. Do you know that? Xiaoheng is 10 years older than Nianji. What do you want other people to think? What do they think? Does Xiaoheng want to continue his career in the future? Have you thought about this? It was the second night. Today was the first day of February, so they had to vote for their guaranteed monthly votes. P.S. Thank you, Mark of the Phantom, for the gift of Heshabi yesterday. Moi. Chapter 535. Song Jining had been obsessed with research her entire life. Her love for Huguanshan was now a thing of the past. Other than research, all she cared about was her son Hua Xiaoheng. Her son's lifelong happiness was the most important thing to her. Who would dare? Song Jining took a step forward and pointed at Huguanshan. "Whoever thinks that is filthy. Don't put your shameful, crooked thoughts on my son." Nianji was 12 when Xiaoheng became Nianji's guardian. But Xiaoheng didn't start liking her when she was 12. Can't you grow some brains? You say it's not, but what if someone says it is? Huguanshan looked at his wife, who had spent her entire life in the ivory tower of a university research institute. A trace of longing flashed across his eyes. She had always been a princess, but he had never been a prince. If someone is slandering their son and daughter-in-law like that, what are you doing as a father? Song Jining's finger was almost poking Huguanshan's chest. Instead of standing up for them, you're trying to backstab them. Are you even human? Huguanshan was seething with anger. He felt that he would never be able to reason with Song Jining. He waved his hand and said, Fine. This is none of your business. Don't get involved. It's not my problem." Song Jining was even angrier. "I'm Xiaoheng's mother. Why isn't it my problem? If I can't do anything as a mother, then what right do you, as a father, have to do anything?" Huguanshan felt a little guilty. He said fiercely, "I'm not objecting as a father. I'm objecting as the director of the military's political department." "Oh, now you remember that you're the director of the military's political department?" Song Jining sneered. "But everyone else thinks you're Xiaoheng's father. What should we do? How about this? To make you more selfless, you'll break off your father-son relationship with Xiaoheng. No matter how much you object, it has nothing to do with us. Break off my father-son relationship? In your dreams." Huguanshan lost his wife, but he couldn't lose his son. He had high hopes for his son. He had always hoped that he could reach heights that he and his grandfather had never reached. That was why he was very concerned about his son's marriage. In my dreams? Hee. I want to let you see if I'm dreaming or not. Song Jining shook her jade-white fist in front of Hua Guanchen. If you continue to object, I promise you won't have a son. Hua Guanchen froze and frowned for a long time before shaking his head. If Xiaoheng really disowns his father for Gunyinji, then I have even more reason to object. You're going to object even if Xiaoheng wants to sever ties with you. I won't agree even if Xiaoheng wants to sever ties with me, Hua Guanchen said firmly. I'm doing this for his own good. He'll understand. Song Jining didn't want to talk to him anymore. She didn't understand why she had such deep feelings for him and loved him for so many years. She took a deep breath and suppressed the frustration in her heart. She asked Hua Guanchen in confusion, "Isn't marriage only about mutual love? What are you thinking? When you married me, did you also do it for a smooth promotion?" Hua Guanchen was stunned again and instinctively refuted Song Jining. How were we the same back then? We were nothing back then. So of course we could get married if we liked each other. But Xiaoheng is different. Haha, what's different? He's even more powerful than you were back then. Can't he even marry the girl he loves? Then what's the point of being a major general? Song Jining snorted. Forget it. It's hard to reason with people like you. I'm just being nosy. Why should I reason with you? Hua Guanchen was so angry he almost had a heart attack. Song Jining turned to leave after speaking. The sky-blue figure suddenly flashed in front of Hua Guanchen. The snow-white silk scarf around her neck fluttered like a cloud floating in front of him from the blue sky. Hua Guanchen's heart throbbed. He reached out to grab Song Jining's arm and whispered, "Jining, did you come here just to argue with me?" "No, I don't argue with people." Song Jining didn't turn around. "I'm here to reason with you, but you're being stubborn and I'm wasting my time. Let go of me." Song Jining yanked her arm out of Hua Guanchen's grasp and quickly walked out of the Hua residence. After exiting the large iron gates of the courtyard, Song Jining turned back to look at the residence she had lived in for over 20 years. She suddenly felt very unfamiliar. Had 16 years changed Hua Guanchen, or had he always been this kind of person? It was just that there was no conflict of interest back then, so he never showed his true nature. Song Jining's mind was a mess. Her footsteps were hurried as she left the military compound without stopping to return to her laboratory at the Institute of High-Energy Physics. Early in the morning, Hua Xiaoheng had just come out of the conference room after a meeting. Zhao Liangzi walked up to him and whispered, "Hua Xiao, your father is here. He's waiting for you in the small conference room over there." Hua Xiaoheng looked at his schedule. "Do I still have meetings today?" "Not today, just a regular meeting in the morning." Zhao Liangzi scratched his head awkwardly. He knew Hua Xiaoheng was looking for an excuse to not see Hua Guanchen. Unfortunately, Hua Guanchen's rank and position were higher than Hua Xiaoheng's. He didn't even need to make an appointment to see Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng handed the documents to Zhao Liangzi to take back to his office. He walked to the small conference room with a serious expression. "Xiaoheng." Hua Guanchen watched Hua Xiaoheng walk in with a calm expression. He couldn't tell if he was happy or unhappy. He sat down in a seat in front of Hua Guanchen and said in a business-like tone, "General Hua, what brings you here today?" Hua Guanchen was furious that he didn't even call him father. He wanted to ease the tension, but he couldn't care less now. He knocked on the table and ordered, "Withdraw your marriage application immediately. Marriage is not a game." Hua Xiaoheng placed both hands on the conference table and tilted his head to look at Hua Guanchen. He didn't say a word. His well-defined features were stunning, but he was like a statue. He was so calm that it was almost impossible to hear his breathing. Hua Guanchen felt uncomfortable under Hua Xiaoheng's gaze. He lowered his head to take a sip of tea and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? Or do you have nothing to say?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and said calmly, "There's nothing to say. I don't want to waste time." "What kind of attitude is that?" Hua Guanchen put down his teacup heavily. His face gradually became angry. "In terms of seniority, I'm your father. In terms of rank, I'm higher than you. Is this how you talk to me?" Hua Guanchen was very unhappy with Hua Xiaoheng's attitude, whether it was a junior talking to an elder or a subordinate talking to a superior. Hua Xiaoheng was still unmoved. He looked away and out the window for a while. In terms of seniority, this is the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. It's where I work. I can't talk about personal matters during working hours. In terms of rank, please talk about business, General Hua. I'm talking about business with you. Hua Guanxin's face darkened. Your marriage is not a personal matter. Listen carefully. Withdraw your marriage application now. Is that so? Hua Xiaoheng smiled. If my marriage is not a personal matter, then you have even less right to talk to me about it. What do you mean? Hua Guanxin's expression changed again. He watched his son grow up and leave his protection. He had mixed feelings. Nothing. General Ji and the others are happy to see it happen. I don't know why General Hua would object. Hua Xiaoheng tapped his fingers on the table. Hua Guanxin was a little annoyed. If someone else agreed, Hua Guanxin could say that the person had ulterior motives, but not General Ji. Hua Xiaoheng was groomed by General Ji. Everyone knew that he was grooming Hua Xiaoheng as the heir. If General Ji wanted to destroy Hua Xiaoheng, he had plenty of ways to do so. He couldn't use the issue of marriage to trick him. Hua Guanxin hesitated. He thought about the possible consequences and shook his head. I said no means no. Even if General Ji agrees, I still have to object. Xiaoheng, I'm doing this for your own good. You're obsessed with sex and can't understand what I mean. Wait for you. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and gestured for Hua Guanxin to stop. He waved a finger in front of Hua Guanxin. General Hua, don't use such an unprofessional and slanderous term in front of me. Don't be so formal. You know what I mean. Hua Guanxin frowned. He truly felt that his son was confused. Otherwise, how could he not understand such a simple matter? I really don't know what you mean, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Why don't you just say it? Hua Guanxin was speechless. There were some things he could say in front of Song Jining, but not in front of Hua Xiaoheng. He couldn't let the person in question know about his private plans. Why not? My time is precious. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and gestured for him to leave. If it's a private matter, you can wait until the weekend when I'm on leave. Hua Guanxin saw that Hua Xiaoheng was being stubborn and saw his determination. He couldn't tolerate it anymore. Xiaoheng, if you insist on marrying Gu Nianji, the achievements you've worked so hard for over a decade might go up in smoke. You might even be forced to transfer back to your hometown. Do you really want that to happen? Hua Guanxin looked at him deeply and stood up to leave the small conference room. He walked past Hua Xiaoheng, and from the corner of his eye, he saw that Hua Xiaoheng was still standing there. He didn't even turn his head, and his gaze was fixed straight ahead, as straight as a military stance. Hua Guanxin sighed internally. He shook his head and strode away. Hua Xiaoheng only left the small conference room after Hua Guanxin had left. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked back to his office. He opened the window and looked at the bright summer scenery outside. The sun was shining brightly, but he only wanted to smoke. Gu Nianji rushed for her homework for a day and night and finally finished all the tasks he Ji-Chu had previously given her, including her tasks as a teaching assistant. In the evening, she packed her things and was about to go out for dinner with Ma Chi-Chi when she heard her phone ring. Taking it out, she saw it was Gu Yanran. Nianji, it's big sister. I'm here to pick you up for dinner. Gu Yanran was very efficient over the phone and didn't allow Gu Nianji to refuse. I'll be at your dorm soon. Come down quickly. This is the first chapter with 3,000 words. Dear friends, please vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. There will be an additional chapter at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you, Raindrop6868, for tipping Heshabi yesterday. Moi. Remember to come to the Major General of Chidian at noon to receive your red packet. Just click to the end of the chapter and read the password. Chapter 536. Gu Nianji couldn't refuse, even if she wanted to, because Gu Yanran had already hung up. If she didn't go down or went out to eat with Ma Chi-Chi, she would be standing Gu Yanran up. Gu Nianji couldn't bring herself to break a promise and make someone wait for so long. Moreover, Gu Yanran had a relationship with her that was slightly more than that of a normal person. Gu Nianji looked down at her phone and rubbed it for a while before saying to Ma Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, I have something going on, so I can't go eat with you. Ma Chi-Chi heard Gu Nianji take a call and thought it was her incredibly handsome boyfriend. She winked at her and giggled. Ninji, you value your lover over your friend. Bah, you're the one who values love over friendship. Gu Ninji knew that Ma Chi-Chi had misunderstood, but she couldn't tell Ma Chi-Chi about her relationship with Gu Yanran right now. She could only vaguely say, "My family came to visit me." Your family? Ma Chi-Chi couldn't hide her emotions and said in surprise, You're not an orphan girl?" Gu Ninji understood what Ma Chi-Chi was implying, so she spread her hands and said, "Yes, I thought I had no relatives, but someone popped up recently. I'm still investigating, so I don't know if she's my relative." Oh, that's great." Ma Chi-Chi was instantly elated. She draped an arm over Gu Ninji's shoulder. "Hurry up and go. Don't make people wait too long." For an orphan girl to suddenly have relatives was certainly something to be happy about. Ma Chi-Chi had both parents and was the apple of her eye, so she sympathized with Gu Ninji very much. Now that he heard that she also had a relative, he was genuinely happy for her. Gu Ninji squeezed her hand. "Okay, then I'll go down now." After a few steps, she turned around and said to Ma Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, don't tell anyone about this, okay?" Ma Chi-Chi nodded. "Don't worry, I won't." When he got downstairs, he saw a silver six-seater Audi Pikes Peak row parked next to the stairs in front of the building. Gu Ninji's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as she looked at the cursive Kyu on the silver nameplate on the car. This Gu Yanran really knew how to enjoy herself. It was obvious that the car was custom-made, and the price was around 10 million USD. It was once one of the top 5 luxury cars in the world. However, it was impossible to tell that the car was so expensive from its appearance. Gu Ninji knew about this car because she had coincidentally helped Hijichu with a small case. There was an introduction to the world's top luxury cars. She had a good memory and could remember almost everything she saw. Now that she saw the luxury car that had been on the webpage appear before her, she took a deep breath and patted her pounding chest before walking towards the car. Gu Yanran peeked out from the window of the back seat and smiled at her. "Come on in." The driver got out of the driver's seat and went around to open the door for Gu Ninji. Gu Ninji was speechless. This was too ostentatious. Did he need a chauffeur just to drive an SUV? If it was a Rolls-Royce, it would be fine. The kind of luxury car would be too embarrassing to drive outside without a driver. But an SUV can only be driven by oneself. Gu Ninji pursed her lips and got into the car. She sat next to Gu Yanran and nodded at her. "Miss Gu, you're really decisive. I already made plans with my roommates to eat, but I still had to stand them up." Gu Yanran placed a hand on Gu Ninji's shoulder and said, "Ninji, I'm really sorry. I really wanted to see you so much that I didn't think too much. I apologize." She then said, "Where were you planning to eat with your classmates? Why don't you ask your classmates to come too?" Since Gu Yanran had already said that, Gu Ninji couldn't keep a straight face and pretend to be unhappy. She smiled and reached out to smooth her hair that hung down to her chest. She took the opportunity to move Gu Yanran's hand away from her shoulder and said, "It's okay. My roommates are very nice and reasonable. They won't mind." "That's good." Gu Yanran nodded and said emotionally, "Your friend is a sensible person. She knows that friends are not as important as family. They can understand giving up friends to be with family. If your friends can't understand, then you don't need them." Was she teaching her a lesson so soon? Gu Ninji thought about it, but couldn't think of anything to refute Gu Yanran. She could only remain silent the entire way and sit in Gu Yanran's car to a high-class clubhouse not far from the school. Gu Yanran was obviously a VIP there. She took out her VIP black card, and a handsome young man at the door immediately brightened. He respectfully led her and Gu Ninji to a small, elegant room. The decoration of this single room was very gentle. There were a few beautiful paper lanterns hanging on the roof. The paper was snow white, but the light was softened when it shone on the faces of the people. It was like a soft light, and everyone had a feeling that their skin was as clear as jade. The room was covered with tatami mats, with a short table in the middle. The two of them had to kneel on the tatami mats. Gu Ninji disliked the Japanese kneeling posture the most. Her legs were numb after eating. "Miss Gu, do you like Japanese food?" Gu Ninji glanced at Gu Yanran and thought of the conflict she saw between Yamaguchi Yuko and Gu Yinran in the waters of the Blue Hole. Gu Yinran also thought of Yamaguchi Yuko. Her eyes dimmed as she looked at the small table on the tatami mats and said quietly, "It's all right. I used to eat here with a Japanese friend." "Miss Gu, do you have many Japanese friends?" Gu Ninji sat cross-legged on the tatami and watched Gu Yinran kneel across from her. Her posture was very precise. Gu Yinran had always been beautiful. When she sat with her head down, she had the quiet and gentle air of a Japanese woman. Gu Ninji remembered how Gu Yinran had personally killed Yamaguchi Yuko and kicked her body into the sea. Compared to this Gu Yinran who was quietly pouring sake for her, it was like a completely different person. "What do you want to eat?" Gu Yinran took the meticulously drawn menu and handed it to Gu Ninji. "Order whatever you like." Gu Ninji didn't look at the menu and smiled. "I'm not familiar with Japanese food. I'll leave it to Miss Gu to decide." "Okay, I'll order a few of the specialty dishes here and a bottle of plum wine. We can talk while we eat." Gu Ninji nodded. Soon, a waiter in a kimono walked in and took down Gu Yinran's order. He bowed deeply and backed out, closing the door behind him. "Ninji, how have you been all these years? Why didn't you look for us?" Gu Yinran was very interested in what Gu Ninji had been through all these years. "I was worried sick. I never stopped looking for you in the Caribbean. How did I know you'd come here?" Gu Ninji didn't remember at all how she went from a ship in the Caribbean Sea to a car that was about to explode on the streets of Sea City. Therefore, she couldn't answer Gu Yinran's question and only said calmly, "I don't remember either. When I woke up, Hua Xiao had already saved me. After that, Hua Xiao became my guardian." Gu Yinran already knew all this. Now that Gu Ninji was saying it, it only confirmed the information she had received before. This Hua Xiao Empire's military is so unreliable. How could they let you grow up with a man? Gu Yinran sighed repeatedly. "Ninji, it's all my fault. If only I had found you earlier." Gu Yinran's words were sincere, and Gu Ninji found that she couldn't bring herself to hate her. "Hua Xiao is very good to me. I've never been wronged." Gu Ninji quickly defended Hua Xiaoing. "Miss Gu, don't think too much." "Really?" Gu Yinran looked at her steadily. "Ninji, you and I are sisters. Other than our father, we're the closest family in the world. Regardless of whether you see me as a sister or not, you're my only sister. If I don't care about you, who else should I care about?" "Yeah, thank you, Sister Gu." Gu Ninji was finally willing to call Gu Yinran's sister, although she added the word Gu before sister. As they were talking, Gu Ninji's phone rang again. This time, it was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. They hadn't contacted each other for a few days. Gu Ninji had been resisting the urge to call Hua Xiaoheng. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng finally called. She couldn't hold it in anymore and quickly answered the call. "Ninji, where are you?" Hua Xiaoheng's voice sounded especially low over the phone, and there was a trace of imperceptible fatigue. Gu Ninji sensed it and quickly said, "I'm outside having dinner with Miss Gu Yinran." "Hua Xiao, what's up?" Hua Xiaoheng froze. "Gu Yinran is having dinner with you? Where are you? How many people are there?" "It's just me and Miss Gu." Gu Ninji looked at Gu Yinran and swiped her finger to send the address to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was sitting in a car below Gu Ninji's dormitory. It was the second night. You must vote for your friends' guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 537. Receiving the address from Gu Ninji, Hua Xiaoheng looked it up and discovered that it was at a restaurant not far from here. Gu Yinran heard it was Hua Xiaoheng and immediately invited him warmly. "Ninji, is that Mr. Hua? Let him come with us. I ordered a lot of food, and we can't finish it." "Oh, is that so? Should we invite him?" Gu Ninji hesitated. "Yes, no matter what. He's my future brother-in-law." Gu Yinran winked at Gu Ninji, looking happy for her. Gu Ninji was pleasantly pleased by the word brother-in-law. Her little face blushed slightly, and her porcelain-like skin blushed faintly like cherry blossoms fluttering in the snow. It was extremely moving. Gu Yinran reached out to hold her hand and squeezed it gently. She smiled. "My sister is so beautiful. Who knows how many elite men will fall for you in the future." "Mr. Hua, is really lucky and has good taste for you so early on. Sister, you're exaggerating. Gu Yinji had subconsciously dropped the word Gu and directly called Gu Yanran's sister. Gu Yanran smiled and poured Gu Yinji another glass of sake. Gu Yinji answered Hua Xiaoheng's call. Hua Xiao, have you had dinner? Do you want to come over and eat with us? Hua Xiaoheng wasn't interested in Japanese food, but because Gu Yinji was there, he had to go see Gu Yanran and Gu Yinji. Okay, I'll be right there. Wait for me. Hua Xiaoheng hung up and said to Zhao Liangzi, tell Big Xiong to come back. We're going to the restaurant. In Xixiang had already gotten out of the car and went to the dormitory building to ask for Gu Yinji. However, Gu Yinji didn't come down for a long time. It was Ma Chi-Chi who came down. She asked as soon as she came down, who's looking for Yinji? Me. In Xixiang walked over and looked at Ma Chi-Chi. You're Yinji's roommate? Ma Chi-Chi nodded. Yinji went out to eat with her family. Who are you? Do you want to leave a message for her? Then she asked, do you have her phone number? Why don't you call her? Of course, In Xixiang had Gu Yinji's phone number. It never occurred to him that Gu Yinji wouldn't be in the dorm at this time. Family? How could Yinji have any family? In Xixiang immediately realized, and his expression became serious. How long has she been gone? Do you know who it is? Ma Chi-Chi was shocked. She wanted to say it, but she remembered that Gu Yinji had asked her to keep it a secret. She didn't know if she should say it or not, so she blushed. Do you know? In Xixiang raised his voice, and his face darkened even more. This little girl looked fresh and clean, but her words were sloppy. I'm not sure either. She said she just popped up. Ma Chi-Chi sighed inwardly. Yinji, this is as far as I can help you. Just appeared? In Xixiang frowned, and was about to ask further when he heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice through the Bluetooth headset. Come back. Yinji isn't here. In Xixiang immediately understood that Hua Xiaoheng must have called Gu Yinji. He angrily waved his hand at the confused Ma Chi-Chi. All right, I got it. Thank you. With that, he turned around and left. He was tall and burly, so when he walked out, he blocked almost all the light from the street lights shining in from the outside. Ma Chi-Chi curiously looked at his back before turning to go upstairs. In Xixiang returned to the car and heard Hua Xiaoheng say to the driver, Fan Jian, drive. Where are we going? In Xixiang turned around to ask Zhao Liangzi, who was sitting next to Hua Xiaoheng. Zhao Liangzi held a laptop in his hand and replied without turning his head to Huffing Clubhouse. Yinji is eating with Gu Yanran there. Oh, it's Gu Yanran. In Xixiang slapped his forehead. No wonder her roommate was stammering and said Yinji went out to eat with her family. I was wondering where Yinji's family came from other than us. Big Xiong, you're so thick-skinned. How are you considered Yinji's family? Zhao Liangzi laughed and shook his head. Gu Yanran is Yinji's legal family. How am I not considered Yinji's family? I'm her older brother. In Xixiang screamed as he fiercely attacked Zhao Liangzi. Uffed. Zhao Liangzi snorted, but didn't continue arguing with In Xixiang because he noticed from the corner of his eye that Hua Xiaoheng's brows were slightly furrowed. It meant he was unhappy. In Xixiang turned around and saw Zhao Liangzi shoot him a look. He didn't say anything and took out his phone to scan the address. When they arrived at the clubhouse where Gu Yinji and Gu Yanran were eating, Fan Jian stopped the car at the entrance and waited for Hua Xiaoheng, Zhao Liangzi, and In Xixiang to get out before driving to the clubhouse's parking lot. Hua Xiaoheng brought Zhao Liangzi and In Xixiang to the private room where Gu Yinji and Gu Yanran were eating. A waiter at the door opened the paper door and bowed. Please come in. Gu Yanran had told them that they would have guests coming later. Hua Xiaoheng and the others walked in and saw that it was a very elegant private room. Gu Yanran didn't expect 3 people to come. She thought it was only Hua Xiaoheng. She and Gu Yinji were using a small square table that was just right for 2 or 3 people. It could seat up to 4 people, 1 on each side. 5 people would be a bit too crowded. She was about to wait for the waiter to change to a larger private room when In Xixiang beat her to it. Excuse me, do you have a larger, more normal private room? Gu Yinji couldn't help laughing. She walked over to pat In Xixiang's arm and looked up. Brother Xiong, I understand that you want a larger private room, but what do you mean by normal? What's not normal here? Yin Shixiang laughed heartily and put his hand on her shoulder. I'm not used to kneeling. Little Zay, Hua Xiao, and I won't be able to eat in this position. Gu Yinji actually didn't like it either, but she could tolerate it. Unlike Hua Xiaoheng and the others, they probably didn't need to tolerate it. Okay, let's change to another room. Gu Yinji clapped her hands in agreement. Gu Yinran slowly stood up and nodded to Hua Xiaoheng. Mr. Hua, nice to meet you. Hua Xiaoheng nodded casually. When did Miss Gu arrive? Didn't you want to verify it in Barbados? I just arrived a few days ago. Now that it's confirmed, I can't wait to find my sister. Gu Yinran walked to Gu Yinji's side and held her hand. She draped an arm around her shoulder in a protective posture. The waiter at the door went to find the manager to change the private room. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi stood at the door with a smile. They were on guard and watched the three people in the room amused. Hua Xiaoheng stood alone to the side, with Gu Yinji and Gu Yinran in front of him. Gu Yinji didn't say much, but Gu Yinran started chatting with Hua Xiaoheng politely. Oh, Miss Gu believes that Yinji is your sister? Hua Xiaoheng asked coolly. His gaze swept past Gu Yinran's face and landed on Gu Yinji. Gu Yinji tilted her head slightly to avoid Hua Xiaoheng's gaze. The evidence is irrefutable. I have no choice but to believe it. Gu Yinran joked. I haven't thanked Mr. Hua for taking care of my sister all these years. I'll treat Mr. Hua, Mr. Zhao, and Mr. Yin to a meal today. It's my duty. Miss Gu is too polite. Hua Xiaoheng absent-mindedly brushed Gu Yinran off, but his gaze was still on Gu Yinji. Sister, you said you were treating me to a meal. Gu Yinji still didn't look at Hua Xiaoheng. She pretended to be jealous and shook Gu Yinran's arm. Of course, it's mainly to treat you. Treating them today is just a convenience. Treating me to a kiss is the main thing. Gu Yinran pinched Gu Yinji's delicate little nose. They were sisters after all. They seemed to be very close in an instant. Gu Yinran looked at Gu Yinji, who was throwing a tantrum, and then at Hua Xiaoheng, who kept staring at her. She giggled. Mr. Hua, you and Yinji already have this kind of relationship. Isn't it too distant to still call me Miss Gu? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and didn't reply. Yin Shixiang quickly came over to interrupt. There's a bigger private room over there. Let's go. I already told the manager. Gu Yinran nodded. Let's go. Gu Yinji had put on too much airs earlier. Now she couldn't find a way out. She was also too embarrassed to act cute in front of so many people, especially in front of Gu Yinran. She didn't dare to look at him again. She lowered her head and followed Gu Yinran to the door. When she reached Hua Xiaoheng's side, he finally reached out to hold her arm. He didn't say anything, but his palm was burning. The part of his hand that was holding Gu Yinji's arm was almost scalding. Gu Yinji's heart trembled. She couldn't help but slow down. Gu Yinran looked back and smiled. We'll go first. You guys take your time. As she spoke, she said to Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang, please go first. The private room over there is bigger than this one. There are also tables and chairs. You don't have to kneel to eat. After Gu Yinran, Zhao Yangzi, and Yin Shixiang left, only Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Yinji were left in the small private room. The half-old paper door in front of them was half closed. There was no one in the hallway outside. They could see the beautiful paintings on the opposite wall. There was also a lantern with beautiful women hanging in the hallway. Hua Xiaoheng was silent. He didn't say anything. He pulled Gu Yinji into his arms. His two arms wrapped around her tightly. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. His deep and magnetic voice echoed in her ear. Are you angry? Gu Yinji's anger had almost subsided. She couldn't help feeling even more wrong when he asked. Her eyes turned red. She struggled in Hua Xiaoheng's arms, but couldn't break free. He hugged her even tighter. I've been busy lately. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a long time. He finally explained. You're so busy that you don't even have time to make a call or send a text. Gu Yinji finally spoke. Her voice was as soft as a kitten's, and it was even trembling. It was obvious that she had mustered up her courage to say this. They had only just started dating. There were no times when they couldn't help themselves. Gu Yinji couldn't imagine if he wouldn't be attracted to her at all after they spent more time together. This is the first chapter with 3,000 words. Dear friends, Please vote for your guaranteed monthly votes. There will be an additional chapter at 7 p.m. Remember to come to the Major General's Chidian app at noon to collect your red packets. Just click to the end of the chapter and read the password. In order not to affect everyone's red packets, I didn't even send out the ticket request. Hurry up and cast your monthly vote to support the Major General. Chapter 538. Hua Xiaoheng lowered his eyes to look at the girl in his arms. Her porcelain white and delicate skin was slightly flushed. Her eyes were bright like water, and they were full of life. Every inch of her face and expression had long been engraved in the depths of his heart. They were incomparably familiar. I'll call you when I'm free in the future. Hua Xiaoheng gave in again because he subconsciously didn't want to see Gu Nianji frowning and unhappy. Then remember, don't forget. Gu Nianji pouted her small, plump lips and looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. Her eyes were filled with his figure. I think our classmates in long-distance relationships want nothing more than to live on their phones. You haven't even called me once in the past few days. So that was the reason. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he be on the phone all day like her classmates? It's impossible to call every day, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly and patted Gu Nianji's head. I'll try to call when I'm free. Okay, stop fooling around. Let's go eat. He naturally held her hand and walked out of the small room. Gu Nianji sighed. She felt that Hua Xiaoheng still didn't understand what she meant. Hua Xiao, I'm not asking you to call every day. She frowned, and her expression was a little depressed. But when you love someone, don't you want to see them more, listen to their voice, and even spend more time with them? For example, she wanted nothing more than to stick to Hua Xiaoheng every day. Unfortunately, she wasn't a child anymore. Back then, she could ignore everything and follow Hua Xiaoheng every day and be his leg pendant. Now that she was older, she would be a joke if she continued to be like this. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji. Okay, I understand. He still held her hand and walked with her into the large single room. There's a long table in the middle of the room with all kinds of exquisite dishes and a few bottles of sake. Gu Yanran, Zhao Liangzi, and Yin Shixiang were already sitting at the table and chatting happily. She looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji walking hand in hand. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was normal, but Gu Nianji's expression was a bit ugly. However, after entering, she smiled faintly and sat next to Gu Yanran with Zhao Liangzi and Yin Shixiang. Hua Xiaoheng knew that his girl was throwing a tantrum, so he didn't mind and sat on the other side of her. Only then did Gu Nianji reveal a hint of joy, and the gloominess in her eyes was no longer so obvious. Hua Xiaoheng took the serving chopsticks and picked up some of Gu Nianji's favorite dishes: shrimp tempura, pork rolls in ginger sauce, and a tender piece of Wagyu steak. He placed it on her plate, which was decorated with carps. Gu Nianji pointed at the tempura prawns on the other side of the table. I want that too. Hua Xiaoheng reached out with his long arm and placed a few on her small plate. Eat less fried food. It's not healthy. Tempura had a nice name, but it was actually a fried food. Gu Nianji ignored him and happily ate. Gu Yanran saw it and quickly said, then eat less. Nianji, Mr. Hua already said it. Why are you still eating? I rarely eat fried food. It's fine if I eat it once in a while today, right? Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng, then at Gu Yanran. She felt that both of them were controlling her. Yin Shixiang quickly helped her out and winked at her. Of course it's fine if you eat it once in a while. Also, our Nianji is a natural beauty. She won't get pimples or gain weight no matter how much fried junk food she eats. He really had to rub it in. Gu Nianji had been anxious for the past few days, so she did have a small pimple on her forehead. The delicious shrimp tempura instantly changed its taste in her mouth and tasted like wax. She swallowed it with all her might and didn't touch the tempura on her plate again. She only ate the Wagyu steak. Hua Xiaoheng gave her 2 sweet potato, glutinous rice, and red bean pastries to fill her stomach. Gu Yanran took a sip of sake. Her face was bright red, and her eyes were rippling like water. She watched Hua Xiaoheng continuously pick food for Gu Nianji and smiled. Why aren't you eating, Mr. Hua? Is it not to your taste? Yeah, I'm eating. Hua Xiaoheng had a piece of Wagyu steak in front of him. He ate 2 bites before putting it down. Although Wagyu was known as the best beef in the world, Hua Xiaoheng just didn't like it. Gu Yanran then said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, you're also half the host. Don't just eat by yourself. Help Mr. Hua get food too. Mr. Hua has already gotten you a lot." Gu Nianji looked up. "How am I half the host? Am I not a guest today? Sister, didn't you say you were treating me today? But you're my sister, so of course you're also half the host." Gu Yanran said as she used serving chopsticks to pick up another piece of Wagyu steak for Hua Xiaoheng. "Everyone eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold." "Thank you." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and used a knife to cut the steak into small pieces. He ate it slowly. Gu Nianji smiled. "We're all friends now. Sister doesn't have to keep calling him Mr. Hua, right? It sounds so unfamiliar." "Okay, then I'll call him Hua Xiao like you do." Gu Yanran immediately changed the way she addressed him. Of course, calling him Hua Xiao was more familiar than calling him Mr. Hua, but it wasn't very intimate because everyone called him that. Gu Nianji was very satisfied with Gu Yanran's reaction. She looked at her with a smile and started eating the sweet potato glutinous rice balls. Hua Xiaoheng was halfway through eating when his phone rang. He unlocked it and looked at it before standing up. "I'm going out to take a call." With that, he left the room. Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang immediately put down their chopsticks and followed him out. Only Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran were left in the room. Gu Yanran comforted Gu Nianji softly. "Nianji, did you fight with Hua Xiao? Don't be so hot-tempered." "Oh, I didn't." Gu Nianji looked away guiltily. She didn't dare to meet Gu Yanran's eyes. "You're still denying it? Look at how guilty you look." Gu Yanran was angry and amused at the same time. She held her wine glass and spaced out for a while. "Hua Xiao is such a rare good man. Nianji, you have to take advantage of him. Between the two of us, one of us has to be happy." Gu Nianji was confused and tilted her head to look at Gu Yanran. "Sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "You're still young. You'll understand in the future." Gu Yanran downed the wine in her glass. "It's not easy to meet a good man. Once you meet him, don't let him go." Gu Nianji felt even more guilty. She smiled sheepishly and poured wine for Gu Yanran. "What's wrong, sister? Are you drunk? You're talking nonsense." "No, I'm not drunk." Gu Yanran looked at Gu Nianji and reached out to lift her chin with a finger. She studied her face for a long time and sighed. "You're so beautiful. Nianji, you're getting more and more beautiful." "Yeah, that's what everyone says. I really don't know how ugly I was when I was young." Gu Nianji made an amused expression. Gu Yanran giggled and took out a photo from her handbag. "Here, look at what you looked like when you were young." Gu Nianji took it. It was a family photo. A gentle and elegant man and a quiet and gentle woman sat in the middle. There were 2 girls standing next to them. The older girl was about 16 or 17 years old, and the younger girl was about 11 years old. The older girl was definitely Gu Yanran, because her current appearance was not much different from when she was 16 or 17 years old. However, the younger girl was definitely Gu Nianji from 7 years ago. Gu Nianji looked at the little girl in the photo. She looked exactly the same as in the photo of her holding a doll. She immediately sat up straight and asked excitedly with her eyes wide open, Is this our family?" "Yeah." Gu Yanran looked at her strangely and asked carefully, "This is Mom and Dad. Also, Nianji, look, my appearance hasn't changed much, but why didn't you recognize me when you saw me? Is there a reason?" This was the second night. You must vote for the guaranteed monthly votes of your loved ones and the recommendation votes. Chapter 539. Gu Nianji's amnesia wasn't a secret that needed to be hidden because too many people knew about it. Moreover, it was precisely because she couldn't remember anything before she was 12 that the Special Operations Forces have been searching for her for so many years. She shrugged and said nonchalantly, "It's not a problem. I just don't remember." "Don't remember?" Gu Yanran's narrow phoenix eyes widened in shock as she repeated, "How can you not remember? You really don't remember? Dad, Mom, and me. Our home. How can you not remember?" "I don't know either." Gu Nianji knocked her head. "I really want to remember, but I can't. My head hurts every time I think about what happened that year. Oh, your head hurts? It's that serious? Gu Yanran grew worried. How long has it been hurting? Do you want to see a doctor? I know the best neurosurgeon in the United States and a neurologist. I'll contact them and take you to the States for a follow-up. It's okay as long as I don't think about the past. Gun Yinji put down her chopsticks and took a sip of plum wine. And now that my sister and father have been found, I don't need to think about the past anymore. Gu Yanran nodded. No wonder. Sigh, sister was too careless. Your name was Gun Yinji, but I didn't even think to check if you were my sister. So we had to take a detour before we could reunite. Speaking of this, Gun Yinji thought of He Chu. She moved closer to Gu Yanran and asked tentatively, Sister, have you known Professor He for a long time? He seems to be very close to you. It's all right. Gu Yanran smiled meaningfully. I only met lawyer He 3 or 4 years ago. At that time, it was because of the Gu family's matters and I needed a legal representative. That's why I found his law firm. His assistant, Wen Shui, is my lawyer. Gun Yinji didn't have a good impression of Wen Shui. She pouted and sat back down, thinking about Gu Yanran's words. If what Gu Yanran said was true, and He Jichu only met Gu Yanran 3 or 4 years ago, then why did He Jichu act like he had known her for a long time? Also, He Jichu did have a lot of evidence to prove that he had known her for a long time. But 3 or 4 years ago, Gun Yinji was already at the Huaxiao Imperial Special Operations Forces base in Sea City and was under strict protection. She never had the chance to see He Jichu at all. It was really strange. You really only met 3 or 4 years ago. Gun Yinji poured a glass of wine for Gu Yanran. I thought that he and Gu families were old friends. Haha, if only we were family friends. Gu Yanran sighed and held Gun Yinji's hand on the table. Then I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Yinji, I used to be the only one supporting the Gu family. I really can't take it anymore. You know, with father's current condition, he can't do anything at all. I'm the only one left to fend for myself. Fortunately, you're back. With us sisters working together, those people won't dare to do anything to us. Those people? Who are they? Gun Yinji had heard from Zhao Yangzi and In Shixiang that Gu Yanran had been held hostage by gunmen at the airport. Because of that, Hua Xiaoheng had been alone with her for a day and a night. Gun Yinji felt a little uncomfortable when she thought about it. But she knew that it wasn't Hua Xiaoheng's fault at all. And from the looks of it, Gu Yanran didn't seem to have such intentions. Therefore, she suppressed her displeasure. Whether she was jealous or angry, as long as it didn't bother others, it was normal for people to vent their emotions. I don't know who they are either. Gu Yanran spread her hands. Yinji, since you don't remember the past, I don't mind telling you. Our father was a very outstanding scholar and engineer. He created many patents, and the patent fees that our family receives every year are astronomical. Oh, Gun Yinji replied, but didn't say anything special. Gu Yanran secretly observed Gun Yinji's expression and realized that she really didn't care about the Gu family's wealth. She couldn't help but secretly nod. If it was someone with ulterior motives, Gu Yanran would definitely be wary of them if their eyes lit up at the mention of a huge fortune. But Gun Yinji probably really didn't care. Of course, it was also possible that she was a great traitor and a great hypocrite. She wouldn't be able to tell the truth after a meal. Gu Yanran decided to wait and see. Gun Yinji really didn't care much about the Gu family's wealth. To someone who donated $100 million without hesitation, wealth was just a number to her. Look at you. You really don't know anything about the Gu family. Gu Yanran said with a half-smile. That's true. You have a strong boyfriend like Hua Xiao, so you don't have to care about the Gu family. But you're still a daughter of the Gu family, so when you get married in the future, I'll prepare a generous dowry for you. What day and age are you talking about, dowry? Gun Yinji laughed and quickly changed the topic. Sister, what about you? My future brother-in-law. Where is he? Gun Yinji originally wanted to say brother-in-law, but when she said that, she glanced at Gu Yanran's left ring finger and saw that there was no ring on it. She knew that Gu Yanran wasn't married yet, so she changed it to future brother-in-law. Future brother-in-law, huh? Gu Yanran tilted her head and smiled. Your sister has bad luck. She's already 25 years old, but she still doesn't have a boyfriend. Oh, no way. Sister is so beautiful, but she never had a boyfriend? Gu Yinji looked at Gu Yanran suspiciously and looked her up and down in disbelief. I used to have a boyfriend, but we broke up, Gu Yanran said nonchalantly. You don't think that I'm 25 or 26 years old and still an old virgin, do you? Gu Yinji's face flushed immediately. She mumbled a few times and lowered her head to eat. Gu Yanran looked at Gu Yinji's lowered cheeks, and her white, jade-like earlobes turned pink. The light from the roof shone down, and the thin layer of soft hair on the back of her neck could be clearly seen. Like a baby's, it still seemed to exude a milky fragrance. A girl of 18 or 19 years old was beautiful and tender in every way. She was really at the age of a budding flower. Gu Yanran sighed slowly and looked at her watch. Why was Hu Xiao gone for so long? The phone call had taken almost half an hour. Gu Yinji also looked at her watch. Really? Was it urgent? Gu Yanran was familiar with Deputy Director Feng of the Huaxia Imperial Secret Service, so she knew that Hu Xiaoheng's identity wasn't ordinary. Later, Su Piaohong leaked the secret, and the video was uploaded online, which confirmed her suspicions. It was the Gu family's fortune that such a powerful man cared so much about his sister. Gu Yanran saw the watch on Gu Yinji's wrist from the corner of her eye and said, Am I seeing things? There's a woman's watch like this? I asked a few times, but they said they only have men's watches. Gu Yinji pulled down her sleeves to cover her watch and couldn't help smiling. She said casually, Hu Xiao gave this to me. I heard it was custom-made. One for him, one for me. Oh, so it's a custom-made couple's watch. No wonder. Gu Yanran sighed even more. Hu Xiao is really amazing. He actually got that arrogant brand to custom-make a couple's watch for him. Gu Yinji smiled and didn't reply. She stood up and said, I'll go see what's going on. Before she could walk out, the door to the private room opened. In Shixiang poked his head in. Yinji, we have something to do. We have to go back. Hu Xiao asked if you were coming. Oh, so soon? Gu Yinji hesitated and turned to look at Gu Yanran. She saw her sitting there alone. The long dining table was filled with delicacies, but she had the word lonely written all over her face. Gu Yanran waved at her. Go, go. Hu Xiao is more important than me. Don't argue with him anymore. When did I? Gu Yinji retorted unwillingly, but still said, Then I'll go first. Sister, we'll talk later. Okay. Gu Yanran raised her glass and took a sip without looking at her. Gu Yinji could see that she was a bit unhappy, but would she be stupid to abandon Hu Xiaoheng and be with Gu Yanran at a time like this? She sighed and followed In Shixiang out of the club to the parking lot. In Shixiang opened the door for her, and Gu Yinji looked inside. Zhao Yangzi tactfully sat on the other side of the back seat. Hu Xiaoheng sat in the middle and seemed to be waiting for her. Gu Yinji smiled at him and said insincerely, Hu Xiao, if you have something to do, you can leave first. But in her heart, she thought, if you dare leave first, then you're dead meat. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and looked at her. He extended his hand to her. Come in. His voice was a bit stern, but it carried the authority that she was familiar with. Gu Yinji pouted but still sat in the car. Fan Jian quickly started the car and drove into the night towards the south gate of B University. No one spoke on the way. Gu Yinji and In Shixiang were usually the most talkative people, but today they were both very quiet. Zhao Yangzi didn't need to say anything. He wouldn't speak if no one else spoke. Hu Xiaoheng habitually draped one arm on the back of the seat behind Gu Yinji and rubbed his forehead with the other. His face was expressionless, but it was obvious that something troublesome was going on. Gu Yinji was nervous and wanted to ask, but there were so many people in the car. She couldn't use her pestering skills, so she could only stay silent. She was actually very anxious. The car finally arrived at Gu Yinji's dorm. Fan Jian, In Shixiang, and Zhao Yangzi all got out of the car, leaving Gu Yinji and Hu Xiaoheng alone in the car. Now that there were no outsiders, the atmosphere between them relaxed a little. Hu Xiaoheng pulled on Gu Yinji's shoulder, and she leaned into his embrace. She chose a more comfortable position to snuggle. Hua Xiaoheng rested his chin on the top of her head and slowly caressed it. He felt her soft and smooth hair and took a deep breath. He thought about the upcoming mission and Gu Nianji's unstable emotions. He finally said, "Nianji, I've already submitted a marriage application to the higher-ups." Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. This was the first chapter with 3,000 words. All she wanted was to vote for it. There would be an extra chapter at 7 p.m. Remember to come to the Major General of Chidian app at noon to collect your red packet. You just had to click to the end of this chapter to see the password for the red packet. Chapter 540. WH. What report? Gu Nianji thought she was hearing things and struggled out of Hua Xiaoheng's arms to pick her ears. However, Xiaoheng pressed her against his chest, and his voice floated down from above her head. The lights in the car weren't turned on, and the street lamps outside emitted a warm yellow light that made the car even darker. It felt surreal. Gu Nianji was stunned. She only wanted to be in a good relationship. Why did they suddenly talk about marriage? They hadn't even reached the stage where they were passionately in love and couldn't stop themselves from exchanging their hearts for each other. How did they suddenly jump to the end of their relationship? The end of love was either a breakup or a happy ending. They both meant the same thing. Gu Nianji rubbed against Hua Xiaoheng's chest and hugged his strong waist tightly. She muttered, "Marriage is the grave of love." "Hua Xiao, are you sure you want us to go to the grave before our love has even bloomed?" "Nonsense." Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. "Where did you get all these sour and twisted theories from?" "It's true. I've seen psychologists talk about the 3 stages of love." Gu Nianji finally looked up from Hua Xiaoheng's arms and looked into his eyes that were as deep as the night sky. She murmured, "The first stage is the ambiguous stage. The second stage is the stage of passionate love. The third stage is the stage of emotional transformation." "Emotional transformation?" Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. "What do you mean?" "It's the transformation from love to love. It could be friendship or family, or it could be nothing." Gu Nianji spoke eloquently and drew a hook on Hua Xiaoheng's chest with one hand. "There's very little love between a husband and wife. There's more family. The existence of love is short-lived and dazzling. Hua Xiao, let me enjoy the sweetness and excitement of love. You just want to do it a few more times." Hua Xiaoheng lifted her chin with one hand and asked calmly, "Is that right?" "Of course not." Gu Nianji denied it flatly. She tilted her head and moved her chin away from Hua Xiaoheng's fingers. "Hua Xiao, Hua Xiaoheng raised a finger and pressed it against her lips, successfully stopping her from continuing. "Let me finish. I just submitted the marriage application, and the organization is having a meeting to discuss it. They still need to vote on it, and then there will be a background check." Hua Xiaoheng explained the entire process in detail for the first time. Gu Nianji was stunned by what she heard. In the past, she only knew that there was a background check, but now she understood that the background check was an investigation carried out after the marriage was agreed. If the application was rejected, there would be no need for a background check. Her big, bright eyes stared at Hua Xiaoheng without blinking. Her focused expression was childish and serious. Hua Xiaoheng continued, "According to normal procedures, it may take half a year for the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council to discuss and vote on the final decision. Oh, after the vote is passed, there will be a background check. The process can take anywhere from 1 to 3 years." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. "So you don't have to worry. You're not getting married tomorrow. You can still take your time and continue to enjoy the sweetness of love." Gu Nianji's face heated up, but she didn't want to be suppressed by Hua Xiaoheng. She said unhappily, "What's wrong with enjoying love? Hua Xiao, how can you slander me?" "I slander you?" "Yes, you're saying that I'm pretentious to enjoy love." Gu Nianji glared at Hua Xiaoheng, but her big eyes were too watery. "You've always been pretentious." Hua Xiaoheng laughed. Seeing that she was about to explode, he whispered in her ear, "Okay, it's okay to be pretentious in front of me. Just don't be pretentious in front of others." "Really?" Gu Nianji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. She couldn't tell from his faint smile whether he was joking or sincere. "You really don't find it annoying?" "I find it annoying, but I don't find it annoying, Hua Xiaoheng said honestly. Gun Yinji choked and turned her head angrily. You think I'm annoying now? Then why did you submit the marriage application? It's for the sake of the people. Just annoy me. Don't annoy others. Hua Xiaoheng locked her against his chest. Be good. I might have to go abroad for a mission soon. Gun Yinji froze. You have to go abroad for a mission? You're a major general now, not a soldier. Why do you have to do it yourself? Because of the mission that requires a major general to do it himself. Gun Yinji's lips parted. She really wanted to ask what kind of mission it was for Hua Xiaoheng to do it himself, but she knew that Hua Xiaoheng's work couldn't be told to others. He was already being lenient by telling her that there would be a mission. She struggled in her mind for a long time, but finally decided not to mention it. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng's neck and reminded him, be careful and come back soon. I'll wait for you at home. Okay. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head and tucked her messy hair behind her ear. You have to be good too. You have to restrain yourself when I'm not in the country. You have to wait for me to come back if you want to be pretentious. Then you have to come back. If you don't, I'll be pretentious with someone else. Gun Yinji sniffled and threatened. Don't you dare. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. You'll be punished according to the family rules when I come back. Family rules? Do we have family rules? Why don't I know about it? Gun Yinji refused to back down and insisted on getting back at him. You want to know? Hua Xiaoheng lowered his head to her ear. His voice was husky and suggestive. Do you want to come back to the apartment with me today? I'll show you the family rules. Gun Yinji's face flushed. Fortunately, it was dark in the car, and she couldn't see his face clearly. Otherwise, she would be even more embarrassed. No, she shook her head. I have to go back to the dormitory. I've taken so many days off, and today isn't the weekend. I still have class early tomorrow morning. If she went back with him to enforce the family rules, she would definitely not be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Hua Xiaoheng was indeed the #1 ace of the Special Operations Forces. His stamina was not just for show. After a night of torment, even though Gun Yinji's body was stronger than the average person's, she still couldn't withstand his repeated torment. How would she be able to attend class tomorrow? Gun Yinji didn't want to skip class anymore. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Hua Xiaoheng still had something to do today. Even if she agreed, he actually couldn't accompany her. Hua Xiaoheng was able to spare an hour to have a meal with her. It was already a tight schedule. Okay, then I'll owe it to you for now. I'll make it up to you when I come back. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled, his fingers gently caressing the edge of Gun Yinji's cheek. The pads of his fingers were slightly calloused, and there was a faint smell of gunpowder between his fingers. It was the smell of a gun. It was a bit pungent, but it made her feel safe. After a while, Gun Yinji finally grunted and said again, You have to be careful. In the past, Hua Xiaoheng had also gone on missions, but Gun Yinji didn't have this mentality of worrying about personal gains and losses. Their relationship was different now, and so was their mood. Hua Xiaoheng walked her out of the car, and the two of them walked to Gun Yinji's dormitory door. Gun Yinji looked up at him and asked, When are you leaving? When it's time to go. Hua Xiaoheng could only say that much. Gun Yinji watched his car drive away before feeling like she was floating back to her dormitory. Ma Chi-Chi was already asleep, and the lights in her room were dark. Gun Yinji threw herself on the bed as soon as she entered and buried her head in the pillow. Her heart was full of thoughts. Oh my God, Hua Xiao is going to marry me, but he hasn't even proposed yet. How can he just marry anyone he wants? Okay, Hua Xiao does have a right to marry whoever he wants. Am I going to marry myself just like that? She couldn't sleep for almost the entire night. The two little people in her mind continued to fight, and the dark circles under her eyes were especially serious the next day. When she arrived at Hijichu's office for class, Hijichu immediately saw her sleep-deprived face and asked coldly, What's wrong? Did you steal last night? Oh, steal? No, I was sleeping in the dormitory the whole time. Gun Yinji was so sleepy that her brain was slow. She actually didn't understand what Hijichu was implying. Hijichu snickered and brought her a cup of warm milk. Drink some milk to relax. Gun Yinji drank the warm milk and actually felt even more sleepy. She sat on the sofa and listened to Hijichu explain a case and actually fell asleep in a daze. Fortunately, she was the only one in class today, so He Ji-chu didn't say anything else. He covered her with a thin blanket and went to the study to prepare for class. After Hua Xiaoheng sent Gunyinji back to be university that night, he went to the Senate. Speaker Long and General Ji were waiting for him there. There were many things that weren't explained clearly over the phone, so he had to come for a meeting with them to carefully understand the mission this time. This was the second night. He had to vote for the guaranteed monthly votes of his loved ones and the recommendation votes. Chapter 541. Walking into Speaker Long's office in the Senate building, Hua Xiaoheng's gaze swept over the antique furnishings in the room. He saluted the two elders in the room. "Hello, Chief. Sit." Speaker Long pointed to the sofa across from him. The office staff brought Hua Xiaoheng a cup of tea and placed down a coffee table in front of him. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng hadn't come here this late to drink tea. He went straight to the point. "Excuse me, Chief, what's going on?" Speaker Long waved his hand. The staff in the room understood and immediately left the office, closing the door behind them. Only Speaker Long, General Ji, and Hua Xiaoheng were left in the room. Speaker Long's expression was solemn. The Prime Minister election will be held in a month. What did the Prime Minister election have to do with the Special Operations Forces? They clearly couldn't interfere with internal affairs and could only manage things outside the country's borders. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at General Ji. Seeing that he didn't comment, he didn't ask further and patiently listened to Speaker Long finish. This time, Prime Minister Do can no longer run. The other candidates have performed very well. Up until now, only two have performed exceptionally well. Hua Xiaoheng knew they were talking about the Minister of the Interior, Bai Jiansheng, and the Minister of Justice, Tan Dongbang. No one was surprised by Bai Jiansheng. After Prime Minister Do's incident, Bai Jiansheng was now leading the cabinet and acting like a temporary prime minister. Everyone thought his election was a done deal, but they didn't expect Tan Dongbang, the Minister of Justice, to suddenly announce his intention to run for the election. He continuously issued several election platforms, claiming to rule the country according to law and attacking the privileged classes. At the same time, he threw out the ancient wisdom that if a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners. He unexpectedly won the hearts of the voters. In addition, when he was the Minister of Justice, he was committed to redressing wrongful cases and pushing for the courts to review some controversial cases. Many people were already grateful to him, so when he announced his candidacy, he immediately overshadowed the Minister of the Interior, Bai Jiansheng. "The person you mentioned on the phone is related to Minister Tan," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "Who is it? Since he wants to run for Prime Minister, did you conduct a strict background check on him? If his immediate family members have emigrated overseas, he won't be eligible to participate, right?" "Of course we've looked into it. The Tans are a large family, and many of their collateral relatives are overseas, just like your grandmother's Xie family. However, Tan Dongbang's immediate family members are all Huaxia citizens, but he has a daughter who is studying abroad on a student visa and is not an immigrant. She graduated this summer and originally planned to continue her postgraduate studies abroad, but because her father decided to run for the election last minute, she has to return home before the election, which is the day after her graduation exams." Speaker Long tossed out a document and placed it in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng quietly picked up the documents and flipped through them. "So this is what you meant by urgent matters? You want to send a major general from the Special Operations Forces to bring a female exchange student back to China? He's a commoner with no special privileges." "General Ji," Speaker Long chuckled. "Very sharp, Xiaoheng, but I'm not done with this matter yet. I'm all ears. Tan Dongbang's daughter, Tangerin." "Stop. Why do you say his daughter is a benefactor?" Hua Xiaoheng expressed his confusion again. He didn't know much about the people in the cabinet, and even less about the relatives in his family. It's not that his daughter is a benefactor. It's that his daughter is called Gurin. Speaker Long almost cried and knelt down. He was also complaining about what kind of name Tan Dongbang had given his daughter. Why wasn't Guirin called Lucky Star? "Oh," Hua Xiaoheng paused. "Continue." This Tanguerin is studying violin at Juilliard in the United States. She's always behaved herself and is very obedient. But because her father ran for the prime minister election, she was implicated. Speaker Long's voice lowered as he placed another document in front of Hua Xiaoheng. I just received news that she went missing from her dormitory. Hua Xiaoheng. He glanced at General Ji. General Ji nodded at him. The embassy has already sent people there to investigate. She's indeed missing. Hua Xiaoheng took the documents and flipped through them. As he read, he asked, even if she really went missing, how do you know it's related to her father's election? Maybe it's just a simple criminal case. Because someone sent a letter to Tan Dongbang, claiming that if he withdrew from the election, his daughter would be able to return safely. If he didn't, his daughter's life would be worse than death. Speaker Long slammed the table and said angrily, I was furious when I saw this letter. This is outrageous. We're the prime minister candidate of a great nation, and yet we're being threatened like this. Is there any law or order? Then why are you looking for me? Hua Xiaoheng sat up straight. You can use the Special Operations Forces personnel in the United States for this kind of thing, but there's no need for me to personally do it, right? He was the head of the Special Operations Forces, so he didn't need to do field investigations. Also, this was discovered by the first-class military officer of our embassy. General Ji suddenly spoke and placed another document in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Take a look. Doesn't it look familiar? Hua Xiaoheng took it and flipped through it again. When he saw the data, his hands suddenly stopped moving. His eyes stared at the string of numbers in a daze. This was a string of magnetic field data. To be precise, it was a set of abnormal magnetic field data. It was the same magnetic field data that Hua Xiaoheng's maternal grandfather, Song Haichuan, and mother, Song Jining, had produced when their experiment failed 17 years ago. It was the same abnormal magnetic field data that Gun Yinji had appeared 7 years ago. It was also the same abnormal magnetic field data that they had discovered in the Somali waters last year. But this time, the location was in the student dormitory at Juilliard in New York. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained an unmoved expression on his face. Putting away the document, he looked up and said, the Special Operations Forces has been following up on this magnetic field for a long time. We also have people in charge, so it's more appropriate to send them. But in the past, whenever you heard of something like this, you were always the first to ask to investigate. Speaker Long was a bit confused. Why didn't want to go now? Times have changed. Hua Xiaoheng played Tai Chi. He wouldn't tell Speaker Long and General Ji what the real reason was. Since Gun Yinji's family background was already known, the magnetic field data was just a set of data. General Ji and Speaker Long looked at each other, then at Hua Xiaoheng. You're really not interested? You don't want to go? The mission that I'm assigned to is to investigate something that has a major impact on national interests. What impact does the disappearance of a prime minister candidate's daughter have on our national interests? Hua Xiaoheng was unmoved. I can't even finish my own things, so I can't be a police dog to investigate missing people. General Ji and Speaker Long spent a long time talking to Hua Xiaoheng, but they couldn't convince him. In the end, seeing that it was almost dawn, the two of them were old and couldn't hold on much longer. They told him to go back and think about it, and then adjourned the meeting. Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the Senate and looked at the golden clouds that had just appeared on the horizon. The red sun was about to erupt. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to go see Gun Yinji again, he heard his phone ring again. This time, it was his personal phone. Less than 5 people knew the number. He picked it up and saw that it was actually Chun Lai. Hua Xiao, where are you? Not at the base. Can you come to my office for a bit? Chun Lai's voice was a bit urgent. I'll be right back. Hua Xiaoheng replied simply and hung up. He got into the car and said to Fan Jian, let's go back to the base. Hua Xiaoheng got into the car and rubbed his forehead. He closed his eyes and slept for a while. He woke up after returning to the base, but didn't return to his official residence. Instead, he went to see Chun Lai. Chun Lai was on the top floor of the medical building in the base. Hua Xiaoheng took the elevator to where Chun Lai worked alone. Chun Lai called him several times yesterday to ask him to go over. He also wanted to see how Gu Xiangwen was doing. In the few days since his return, Chun-Li had finally stabilized Gu Xiangwen's condition. His body was slowly recovering. Pushing open the snow-white door of the ward, Xiaoheng poked his head out to look at Gu Xiangwen lying on the hospital bed. There were all kinds of tubes in his body, and the equipment beside the bed was like a workshop. Chun-Li was in the office next door and saw Hua Xiaoheng come up through the surveillance screen. He waited for a while before seeing Hua Xiaoheng walk into his office. "You've seen him?" Chun-Li rolled his eyes. "He's under my care. What are you worried about?" "I'm not worried. I just wanted to see when he'll wake up." Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward and picked up an apple from the corner of Chun-Li's desk. He took a bite. "Sour." He put it down and asked Chun-Li, "Why were you looking for me?" Chun-Li's brows furrowed. He glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, then looked away guiltily. His eyes darted around the office, but he refused to answer the question. Hua Xiaoheng had been friends with Chun-Li for many years. He could tell from his expression that he was in trouble. Fiddling with the bitten apple on the table, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "What do you want now? You can't save him, so you're trying to get Nianji? How many times have I warned you that Nianji isn't your lab rat? Don't even think about using her to save Gu Xiangwen. I'll despise you for the rest of my life if you do." Chun-Li seemed to have something stuck in his chest. He wanted to say it, but he couldn't. His face turned purple. After a while, he jumped up from the back of the office and rushed to the door to shut it tightly. He also turned off all the surveillance cameras in his office. Finally, he asked Hua Xiaoheng, "Do you have a way to check the hidden surveillance cameras here?" He had something to say, and he didn't want anyone to hear or record it. Hua Xiaoheng became serious. This was the headquarters building of the Special Operations Forces. Even he didn't know how many hidden surveillance cameras there were. So if he had something to say that he didn't want others to know, he couldn't do it here. He stood up. "I have something to do. I'll be leaving now." Chun-Li understood. He quickly jumped up to grab his coat and put it on. He walked out of his office with Hua Xiaoheng. The two of them took the elevator downstairs and arrived at the spacious square in front of the medical building. As long as they kept their voices down, there was absolutely no way any equipment would be able to eavesdrop. Hua Xiaoheng saw how cautious Chun-Li was. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was already mentally prepared. "Tell me what's going on." Chun-Li sweated when he was nervous. He took off his glasses and wiped them before putting them back on. He mustered up his courage and said, "Hua Xiao, I'll tell you first. Don't be anxious." "Okay, tell me." "This time, I can't even use Nianji's bone marrow." "Huh? Her DNA doesn't match Gu Xiangwen's." This was the first chapter with 3,400 words. He just wanted to say, "Hurry up and vote for the monthly votes." There would be an additional chapter at 7 p.m. Remember to come to the Major General on the Qidian app at noon to collect your red packets. You just had to click to the end of this chapter to see the password for the red packet. Today was the last day to receive red packets. You could try again. How about asking for a few monthly votes? Chapter 542. Hua Xiaoheng was quiet for a moment before asking, "What does DNA inconsistencies have to do with you using her bone marrow?" It was fine as long as the bone marrow matched. Chun-Li smiled wryly. "I'm telling you the results. Not only is the DNA inconsistent, but the bone marrow also doesn't match, so I can't use it even if I wanted to." "You really thought about it? You even tried?" Hua Xiaoheng looked at him coldly. "Are you tired of living? If you want to cause trouble, I'll accompany you." Chun-Li was also angry. He squeezed out the words through his teeth. "If I hadn't secretly done a test, you would still be in the dark. When this matter is exposed, all your previous efforts will be wasted." Yes, Gu Nianji's parentage was already set in stone, but this happened. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and slowly walked around the square. He didn't go far. After a while, he asked, "What about Gu Xiangwen? Have you confirmed Gu Xiangwen's identity?" "This Gu Xiangwen should be real." Chun-Li thought about it. His DNA is the same as Gu Yanran's. They are biological father and daughter. Hua Xiaoheng clenched his fists. Gu Yanran is biological father and daughter? Were all his previous speculations wrong? He originally thought Gu Nianji was biological and Gu Yanran wasn't. but now it was the opposite. After walking around the square a few times, Hua Xiaoheng thought of Yijichu's method. He used proof that Gu Nianji was the youngest daughter of the Gu family, not proof that she was Gu Xiongwen's biological daughter. And Gu Yanran also admitted that Gu Nianji was her little sister, Gu Nianji. What did this mean? It meant that Gu Nianji was legally a daughter of the Gu family, right? But if Gu Nianji wasn't Gu Xiongwen's biological daughter, and Gu Yanran was, the consequences would be too severe. Hua Xiaoheng knew how much the higher-ups in the military coveted Gu Xiongwen's research results and patents. He also knew how much it would benefit national security. He also knew that once this was revealed, Gu Yanran's status would rise and become more important than Gu Nianji. No, this couldn't happen. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and stopped walking. He turned to look at Chun Lai, who didn't know what to do, and said calmly, "This ends here. Don't tell anyone. Remember, you've never taken this test before. Destroy all the records." "All right." Chun Lai nodded. "You have an idea? Nianji is indeed Gu Xiongwen's daughter. There's no doubt about her legal status." Hua Xiaoheng said firmly, "As for whether she's his biological daughter or not, so what? Even Gu Yanran acknowledged her identity." "That's true. Maybe Nianji is Gu Xiongwen's wife's biological daughter?" Chun Lai murmured. "It's a pity we can't get Gu Xiongwen's wife's information and blood sample. Otherwise, you don't have to worry about that." Hua Xiaoheng vaguely felt that this matter wasn't that simple, but he needed it to be simple at the moment. The marriage application had already been submitted, but her father, Hua Guanxin, was still objecting. However, the military bosses all believed that Gu Nianji was Gu Xiongwen's biological daughter and had always supported Hua Xiaoheng. Once the news that Gu Nianji wasn't related to Gu Xiongwen got out, it would only be a matter of time before the military bosses backed off. Then his father, Hua Guanxin, would have the final say in the matter of Hua Xiaoheng's marriage. Marriage applications could be rejected immediately. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and walked around the square a few more times. The early summer sun had risen, bringing with it the dry heat of summer. The trees around the square were covered in shade, but it couldn't dispel the newly arrived summer heat. Hua Xiaoheng's heart also began to heat up. "You must keep this a secret. Keep it for as long as you can." Hua Xiaoheng clenched his fists and finally made up his mind. He said decisively, "I have to go abroad this month. Remember, Gu Xiongwen is using his serious illness as an excuse to temporarily reject all visits." "Okay, that's not a problem." Chun Lai nodded. "That's easy. But as for Gu Yanran, if she says it herself, she might not say it for now as long as we don't provoke her." Hua Xiaoheng had some understanding of Gu Yanran. "We just need to stabilize her for at least 3 days." Chun Lai could tell that Hua Xiaoheng was planning something, but he didn't want to ask. "Think about it carefully. Do you want to remind Nianji?" "No need. She won't remember anyway." Hua Xiaoheng returned to normal. "I'm leaving." Returning to his office, Hua Xiaoheng said to Zhao Liangzi, "Send me Tan Dongbang's family situation." "Tan Dongbang? Minister of Justice? Popular candidate for Prime Minister?" Zhao Liangzi laughed. "Hua Xiao, you have a wide range of interests." Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at him as he walked straight into his office. Zhao Liangzi rubbed his nose and immediately searched for all of Tan Dongbang's information from the database before sending it to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng had only read for a while when General Ji called again and advised him earnestly, "Xiaoheng, this is a serious matter. You should think about it carefully and personally make a trip to the United States." "General Ji, I need a reason." Hua Xiaoheng's tone wasn't as firm as before. "Why do you insist on me going?" General Ji choked. He originally wanted to brush him off, but he remembered that he and Speaker Long had spent the entire night trying to persuade him, but Hua Xiaoheng still wouldn't budge. A random excuse probably wouldn't convince Hua Xiaoheng. "You really want to know?" "Of course." Hua Xiaoheng's cursor lightly clicked on Minister of Justice Tan Dongbang's information and flipped through it one by one. Tan Dongbang's family had a long history of learning. His parents were both leading figures in the Hua Xia Empire's legal field, but they had always been famous in the academic world. The Tans were a scholarly family, and Tan Dongbang was the first person in the Tan's family to pursue an official career. Tan Dongbang's wife, Kai Songyin, was from the Huaxia Empire's literary family, the Kai family. Their ancestors were especially famous in the education world, and many of the current senior government leaders had received favors from the Kai family in the past and were grateful to them to this day. And they only had one daughter, Tan Guerin. Xiaoheng, it was actually Mrs. Tan who suggested that you personally help them find their daughter. As parents, of course they want to give their children the best treatment. They need to find the best doctor to enter the hospital, and they need to find the best school and the best teacher to go to school. Also, this matter is indeed strange, so I'll be reassured if you personally do it. General Ji was already so old, yet he still tried to persuade Hui Xiaoheng in a humble voice. Hui Xiaoheng remained silent as he stared at the information on the computer screen. General Ji was still nagging. Xiaoheng, if you personally find Tan Guerin, both the Tans and the Kai family will owe you a favor. If Tan Dongbang can be elected prime minister, your future will be even better in the next 5 years. Although Hui Xiaoheng was in the military, if Tan Dongbang was elected prime minister, he would be the head of the country in name. The appointment and rank of general in the military also required the approval of the cabinet. If the cabinet led by the prime minister didn't agree, he still wouldn't be promoted. Hui Xiaoheng didn't care about all this. If he cared, he would have agreed yesterday. He wouldn't have had to keep arguing with Speaker Long and General Ji. But the information he just learned from Chun Lai made him change his mind. After reading the information for a long time, General Ji's mouth was dry from all the persuasion. Just as he was about to give up, Hui Xiaoheng spoke. General Ji, it's not impossible for me to go personally, but I have a condition. What condition? Tell me. General Ji was overjoyed. It felt great to have such a turnaround. If the military can immediately approve my marriage application and complete Nianji's background check before I leave the country, I will go. Hui Xiaoheng's fingers unconsciously tapped on the desk. He was a bit nervous, but his expression didn't show it at all. What? General Ji was stunned. Don't tell me you don't know how long the process will take. How can you make such a request? You don't agree? Then forget it. Hui Xiaoheng pretended to hang up. Xiaoheng, be reasonable. How can your business and Tan Guerin's business be the same? General Ji composed himself and began to argue with him. I originally wanted to go personally because some people wanted to use me as a favor. So why can't I make this request? Hui Xiaoheng smiled. He already saw a glimmer of hope. How can those people who came up with ideas for the Tans not pay a price? You have to know that if we go, we will be risking our lives to help them repay their favor. This was the second night. You must vote for your relatives' guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 543. That was how things worked in this world. Even if you went through the back door and asked someone to do something for you, they wouldn't be willing to do anything for you just because you said a few words. Everything had to be exchanged. If you wanted to take something, you had to give it first. This was an exchange of benefits. General Ji held the phone and was speechless for a long time. Finally, he coughed heavily. Then I'll discuss it with them again. He hung up and immediately said to his personal secretary, I'm going out for a while. Call them and ask if they're home. As she spoke, she pushed a name list towards the personal secretary and said, Call everyone except Huo Guanchen. The personal secretary looked at it and saw that it was the members of the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council. He didn't think too much about it and went to call them one by one. There were a total of 15 people in the Standing Committee, including General Ji and Huo Guanchen. Huo Guanchen didn't need to call them, so he only needed to make 13 calls. Soon, the calls were made one by one. 7 of them were home and could see General Ji. The other 6 had work to do, so they arranged to meet the next day. General Ji ran around for 2 whole days to discuss with these people about Hui Xiaoheng's matter. There had to be a reason why such a complicated matter could be agreed in 2 days. The main reason was that these people wanted Gu Xiangwen to stay in the Huaxia Empire and wanted Hui Xiaoheng to marry Gu Nianji. Gu Xiangwen wasn't a citizen of the Huaxia Empire to begin with. Although he was registered now, He could give it up at any time after he came to his senses. Only blood ties couldn't be given up or severed. Previously, they had been dragging their feet on Hua Xiaoheng's marriage application. It wasn't that they didn't agree, but that they didn't want to embarrass Hua Guanqin. Gun Yinji was still young and had just reached the legal age for marriage. Even if they agreed and passed the background check, they wouldn't get married immediately. Therefore, no one was in a hurry. This way, they wouldn't offend Hua Guanqin or embarrass Hua Xiaoheng too much. It was a tacit understanding. Now that General Ji stated Hua Xiaoheng's conditions, they finally understood that Hua Xiaoheng was already angry and dissatisfied. Also, they needed Hua Xiaoheng's help for many things in the future. The Tans was only one of them. Their future would be smoother if this matter was handled well. Since everyone had laid out their conditions, the result was very simple. At the regular meeting of the Supreme Military Council, Hua Xiaoheng's marriage application was approved with a record of 14 votes in favor and 1 against. Hua Guanqin's face was livid when he saw the results, but he couldn't say a word. In the face of such an outcome, if he still objected, then he would really be a fool. But within a few days, these people had suddenly changed direction. It must have been his precious son who had done something. Thinking of this, Hua Guanqin felt proud and angry, but there was nothing he could do. The organization had already made a decision, so it was impossible to change it. In other words, it was too difficult to change it. Even if all the members of the standing committee worked together, they wouldn't be able to change it. There was no news for another 3 days. No phone calls, no text messages, and no one came to see her. However, this time, Gun Yinji didn't feel anxious and uneasy. She hadn't seen him for a day because the shock Hua Xiaoheng had given her that day hadn't faded. Why were they getting married? Gun Yinji sat in front of her computer, writing her thesis, and spaced out again. Looking up at the bright summer sun outside the window, her large eyes naturally narrowed to avoid the stimulation of the bright light. Looking down at what she had written, it was a complete mess. She didn't know what to make of it. She still felt uneasy. Gun Yinji stopped writing and closed the program. She went to the small fridge to find a dragon fruit and cut it open. She smeared some honey on it and placed it in a white porcelain bowl. She carried it to Ma Chi-Chi's room. "Chi-Chi, do you want some dragon fruit?" Ma Chi-Chi opened the door with a sleepy expression. "Ninji, it's Saturday today. Why are you up so early?" Looking at her watch, it wasn't even 8 yet. If they didn't go home on weekends and stayed in the dorms, they usually slept until 9 o'clock. Gun Yinji giggled and dragged the white porcelain bowl to Ma Chi-Chi. "Look, it's a dripping dragon fruit. It's fragrant, soft, and sweet. There's also wild honey. Do you want some?" "Yes." Ma Chi-Chi perked up and nodded firmly. "I'll be out after I wash my face." Gun Yinji sat at the dining table and took 2 forks to place on the dragon fruit, 1 for each of them. Soon after, Ma Chi-Chi came and sat across from her at the dining table. She picked up a fork and ate with her. This dragon fruit is really good. It's so juicy and so sticky. It's even more sticky than the ones I've had before." Ma Chi-Chi's cheeks puffed up as she ate. Gun Yinji was in a good mood and stopped eating after 2 bites. She watched Ma Chi-Chi eat and stared at her without blinking. Ma Chi-Chi ate a few pieces and said to Gun Yinji, "Yinji, why didn't you go home this weekend? Didn't your boyfriend come to pick you up?" Gun Yinji was a bit distracted and didn't hear what Ma Chi-Chi said. Ma Chi-Chi knocked on the table. "Yinji, something's on your mind?" Oh. Gun Yinji snapped back to reality. She wanted to hide her panic, but she also felt like she had a stomach full of things to confide in someone. She grew up with Hua Xiaoheng and the others and used to discuss everything with Shi Xiang, Zhao Yangzi, or Hua Xiaoheng. But now that she was older, she couldn't confide in the men about her worries. When she was an undergraduate, she had little temptress Lady Chow and Green Tea Fong to give her advice. But at that time, she didn't have the worries she wanted to talk about now. After a while, Gun Yinji finally asked, "Chi-Chi, what age do you think is a good time to get married?" "Get married?" Ma Chi-Chi froze. Although she was older than Gun Yinji, she was only 23. She had just ended a relationship and hadn't started a new one yet. Marriage was still too far away for her. She laughed strangely. "Yinji, You're only 18. You're not even 19 yet, right? What marriage? You're so young, and you're going to be an old woman. According to the Huaxiao Empire's marriage laws, people could get married at 18. Gun Yinji laughed. Ma Qiqi's thoughts were exactly the same as hers. They were both young girls who hadn't entered society yet. To them, their beautiful lives had only just begun. They were still at the stage of judging men based on their looks. Their imagination of love was all about romance, and they had to trap the man in their imagination. If the man didn't match up with their imagination, they would have all sorts of complaints. Greed, anger, love, and obsession were all they wanted for love. Qiqi, you're really good with words. Gun Yinji thought about it and changed the topic. She was worried Ma Qiqi would continue asking. All right, how'd you been lately? Did you get a new boyfriend? I came back from the library last night and saw you talking to a tall, elegant boy under the tree downstairs. Your smile was so gentle. Oh, you saw. Ma Qiqi screamed and covered her face in embarrassment. No, he's not my new boyfriend, but she put down her hand and looked at Gun Yinji innocently. She leaned over and whispered in her ear, but he seems to be interested in me. Then do you like him? Gun Yinji asked curiously. Is he pursuing you? Gun Yinji had never been pursued before. She was the one who initiated it with Hua Xiaoheng, so she didn't know what it felt like to be pursued. Sometimes she couldn't even tell if Hua Xiaoheng truly loved her, or if it was because he was used to taking care of her, getting used to her pestering, and getting used to her being his responsibility and obligation. Ma Qiqi closed her eyes. I don't know. He's pretty good to me. I'll see. Then what else do you want? Gun Yinji was very curious. Isn't it enough for him to treat you well? Of course not. Ma Qiqi said seriously. I still have to like him and be moved. If he's only nice to me and I don't feel anything, then being with him out of gratitude would be a form of humiliation and irresponsibility to him. Oh, really? Gun Yinji's eyes began to drift. Then how do you know if he loves you? It's very simple. Ma Qiqi's eyes suddenly lit up like a resplendent crystal chandelier. She cupped her slightly flushed cheeks with both hands and said intoxicatedly, Yes, I'll always think of you when I don't see you, and I'll have to see you no matter what. If we're not together, then morning call in the morning and night call at night are essential. As for you, you almost can't breathe when you see him. All the beautiful things you imagined in the past can't be shown to him because you're already out of your mind. You can't control your every word and action and your emotions. Gun Yinji was speechless. She sounded like a retard. Gun Yinji frowned and thought about it. She regretfully realized that the retard was herself. In front of Hua Xiaoheng, she was the retard that Ma Qiqi described. Would Hua Xiaoheng have a hard time holding it in? It seemed like she really loved Hua Xiaoheng, but she still couldn't tell if Hua Xiaoheng loved her that much. In the past, she had vowed that she would make Hua Xiaoheng love her as much as she loved him. However, after the incident in the blue hole, she felt that it was probably impossible. In Hua Xiaoheng's heart, comrades and missions were all more important than her. That day, she curled up in the corner of the yacht with her entire body aching and unable to move. All she could see was Hua Xiaoheng's back as he hurried away. She had to admit that the scene had such a huge impact on her that she still hadn't recovered from it. The insecurities in her subconscious grew even more severe. Was it because she was at odds with Hua Xiaoheng? Because of this, that Hua Xiaoheng wanted to use marriage to appease her? However, he didn't understand that she didn't want this kind of peace of mind. She wanted his true feelings. What if it was possible that Hua Xiaoheng would fall in love with someone else? A woman who was more mature, magnanimous, good-tempered, skillful, smooth, and more beautiful than her? If there was such a woman, what should she do? Hand Hua Xiaoheng over and dejectedly leave? Gun Yinji thought about it and realized that there were only 4 words. She couldn't. This was the first 3,000-word update. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were especially important. Remember to vote. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 544. So that's how it is. Gun Yinji smiled. Qiqi, you must have a lot of suitors, right? That's not a lot. Ma Qiqi blushed and looked up to see Gun Yinji's large and bright eyes. her fair and soft cheeks, her straight and handsome nose, and her naturally red lips. She said enviously, "A girl as beautiful as Nianji must have even more suitors. Why did you choose that one?" "My one? Who am I?" Gun Nianji also blushed and waved her hand. No one else is pursuing me." Gun Nianji suddenly thought of Mei Xiaowen and calmly eliminated him from the list of suitors. To Gun Nianji, being pursued by someone you liked was considered pursuit. Being pursued by someone you didn't like was harassment. She only wanted Hua Xiaoheng to pursue her, but later realized it was impossible. No way. Our Nianji is smart and beautiful. Are those men blind? But luckily your boyfriend has good taste and got you early on. Ma Qiqi smiled and pinched Gun Nianji's face. "Look at this pretty little face. I can't bear to let it go." Gun Nianji quickly tilted her head to avoid Ma Qiqi's Lushan claws and pinched her nose. "If we're talking about beauty, our Qiqi is the best. Look at this flirtatious expression. Even a woman like me can't resist it." The two of them fooled around in the dormitory. They were young after all, so they quickly forgot about their worries. To them, life was a kaleidoscope that constantly gave them surprises. Taking a step back was gorgeous, and taking a step forward was wonderful. Even the dark clouds were lined with silver. On Sunday morning, Hijichu woke up in his bedroom and didn't want to open his eyes. He laid there quietly for a while before taking out his phone from the bedside table and unlocking it to check the time. It was only 8, so he didn't want to get up yet. He had taken care of some family matters last night and had been busy until almost midnight before sleeping. He didn't expect to wake up at 8 this morning. What a scary biological clock. When he turned on his phone, he habitually looked at the GPS and immediately sat up in bed. The GPS actually showed Gun Nianji was on campus. This was too rare. Ever since Gun Nianji started school, she had been away from school most weekends. It was one of the few weekends when she stayed at school. Hijichu looked at his phone for a while before putting it down and falling asleep again. So what if I'm at school? Was he going to ask her to spend the weekend with him? Right now, they were just a professor and a student. There was no other relationship between them. Hijichu reminded himself silently. He slept again, and when he woke up, it was almost noon. He slowly got out of bed, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then came out to make himself a cup of coffee. He only sobered up after drinking the coffee. Hijichu looked at the computer and didn't really want to continue working. He took out his phone and looked at it again. Gun Nianji was at the school's tennis court. It seemed like he hadn't played tennis for many days. Well, he needed some exercise. Hijichu went to his bedroom and changed into his tennis attire and tennis shoes. With a tennis bag on his back and a tennis racket in one hand, he walked down the professor's building. Hijichu drove to the tennis court and parked his car in the underground parking lot before taking the elevator up. Gun Nianji and Ma Qiqi were playing in court number 4. Both of them wore snow-white tennis attire and white sports socks. Their fair, slender legs ran and jumped on the court, exuding a strong sense of youth. Hijichu calmly walked past their tennis court with his racket in hand. He didn't look around. Gun Nianji's back was facing the aisle, but Ma Qiqi was facing the aisle. She looked up and saw Hijichu walking over. She froze and forgot to catch the ball. Gun Nianji almost hit her. "Qiqi, are you okay?" Gun Nianji was shocked. She quickly ran to the net and asked with concern. Ma Qiqi desperately gave Gun Nianji a look and almost stabbed her in the back with a racket. Gun Nianji was baffled. She turned around and saw that it was Hijichu. He happened to turn his head, and their eyes met. "Professor He, you're here to play tennis too?" Gun Nianji greeted him with a smile and waved her racket. "Do you want to play 2 rounds? Play with me? Are you sure?" Hijichu smiled faintly and nodded to Ma Qiqi as a greeting. He then looked at Gun Nianji's flushed face and forehead, still glistening with sweat from the exercise. He raised his hand and couldn't help but want to wipe it for her. Gun Nianji took a step back and continued with a smile. "What's wrong? Professor, he is a world-class player, but I'm not weak either." Only Gun Nianji could be so confident. Hijichu couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, then 2 rounds. Ma Qiqi also walked over and quickly said, "Professor He, Nianji is a little monster. She's too energetic, and I'm no match for her at all. I hope Professor, he can teach her a lesson. Otherwise, she doesn't know her place. Gun Yinji smiled and gently hit Ma Chi-Chi's back with a racket. You've lost to me, and you still want to tell on me? How is this telling on me? I just found someone strong to teach you a lesson. Ma Chi-Chi winked at her and walked to the side of the court to sit down. She picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a big gulp. Gun Yinji and He Ji-Chu were already standing on opposite sides of the court to begin the match. Gun Yinji started first. She tossed the snow-white tennis ball high up and raised her racket to hit fiercely. The tennis ball bounced off the other side like a bullet. He Ji-Chu looked elegant and didn't look like an athlete. However, as soon as he swung his racket to catch the ball, Gun Yinji knew she had made a huge mistake. He Ji-Chu had a strong jump, and his judgment when catching the ball was shockingly accurate. Gun Yinji could hear the wind whistling in her ears when he swung his racket hard. What a strong opponent. Gun Yinji perked up and focused all her attention on playing against He Ji-Chu. On Saturday morning, the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces was quiet. Most people were enjoying Saturday mornings when they didn't have to wake up early for training. However, Hua Xiaoheng woke up at 7 as usual and browsed through his emails as he ate breakfast. Unless there was an emergency, he usually didn't deal with any emails. After breakfast, he went out for a morning run. It was already early summer. Although the heat in the morning wasn't very strong, it was still much hotter than before. Hua Xiaoheng had just run one lap, and his forehead and back were already beaded with sweat. Hua Xiao, General Ji is calling. Do you want to take it? Zhao Yang's voice came through the Bluetooth headset. I'll take it. Hua Xiaoheng slowed down and put his hands in his pockets as he walked slowly on the dark green oval track. The Bluetooth headset connected to General Ji's call, and he heard General Ji's hearty laughter. Xiaoheng, are you up? Good morning, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. I woke up a long time ago and am running now. Running on a weekend? Ha ha. General Ji was in a good mood. You really are the best soldier under my command. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. This was considered a good soldier? General Ji's standards were really low. He casually exchanged a few pleasantries and heard General Ji say happily, Xiaoheng, the results of Gun Yinji's background check are out. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He walked to the stone bench beside the track and sat down. Really? That's pretty efficient. Of course it's efficient. The Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council authorized urgent processing. How could not be fast? General Ji said proudly. The military unanimously approved the marriage of Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng. Oh, then Yinji's background check is fine? Hua Xiaoheng asked in detail. I asked for it to be fast, but I didn't ask you to lower your standards. I want to know the level and results of Yinji's background check. What level was it? You're really watertight. General Ji scolded jokingly and assured him it was all the highest level. Her background check results were completely fine. It was the best. Really? Hua Xiaoheng sat up straight. Then give me a copy of the background check report. I want to file it. Documents had to be written in black and white for it to be effective. Hua Xiaoheng knew this very well. Sure, no problem. General Ji was going to do him a favor. When are you coming to collect it? I'll be right there. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. I'll be there in about half an hour. He then said, in addition to the background check report, please also give me a marriage recommendation letter. Why are you in such a hurry? General Ji was very confused. Don't tell me you want to get married right away. There's not enough time. You didn't prepare a new house or a treat. You didn't even prepare a wedding dress, right? Hua Xiaoheng laughed. I just want to get the paperwork ready. I'm not getting married right away. General Ji, you're thinking too much. It was the second night. Today was Monday. His relatives also had to vote for him. And monthly votes. Chapter 545. Really, General Ji didn't seem to believe Hua Xiaoheng's words. He had been tricked by Hua Xiaoheng for the past 2 days and was surprised to find that even he couldn't figure out what Hua Xiaoheng was thinking. Absolutely, Hua Xiaoheng said slowly, a mysterious smile on his lips. He had a pen in his hand and was occasionally poking at the white paper in front of him, leaving a cloud of fog on it. General G thought about it for a while. Since the marriage application and background check had been approved, it was only a matter of time before the marriage recommendation letter was issued. Why stop him at this point? Moreover, Xiaoheng wasn't young anymore. General G nodded in understanding. Okay, I'll have Secretary Chow take you through the procedures. He paused and tried to scare him again. Nianji is still young. You have to think about the impact. It's best if you wait for her father to wake up before getting married. Wouldn't it be nice to have her biological father at her wedding? Don't you think so? Yeah. Xiaoheng nodded calmly. I said I don't plan to get married right away. I can't do anything if General G doesn't believe me. Okay, it's not that I don't believe you. I'm just reminding you. Actually, it'll save us a lot of trouble if you handle all the procedures yourself. General G chuckled for a long time before putting down the phone. Xiaoheng didn't hesitate and immediately returned to his official residence to take a shower. Then he took his various documents and drove alone to where the Supreme Military Council was located. Although it was a Saturday, because Xiaoheng's matter was a special case, the staff on duty dutifully pulled out the documents for him. Xiaoheng checked his documents in the conference room and looked through them one by one. He didn't miss a single word. The marriage application had the signatures of 14 executive officers, and the background check materials also had the executive officer's seal and the file number. He also carefully checked the level of the background check to make sure it was the highest level before stopping, because only the highest level of background check could guarantee the lowest possibility of being overturned in the future. Xiaoheng silently put the two documents into his briefcase and stood up to say to General G's personal secretary, Secretary Chow, "Thank you, Secretary Chow. It's okay. General Hua is too polite." Secretary Chow was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He looked at him with a smile. "I'll take General Hua to get the recommendation letter now." "Yes, thank you." Xiaoheng picked up his briefcase and followed Secretary Chow to the military's executive secretary's office to get a certificate and a letter of introduction. He was an active soldier and a high-ranking officer. His marriage required a special letter of introduction and proof from the organization. Not only was it a guaranteed military marriage, but there was also a special confidentiality procedure. Xiaoheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the first secretary from the secretary's office stamp the marriage introduction letter and certificate with a bright red seal. In the future, with this letter of introduction, ID, and military ID, he could register his marriage with Gunyinji anytime. The most suspenseful part had been resolved just like that. Xiaoheng realized he was more relaxed than he had imagined. So this matter was also deeply suppressed in his heart. The corners of Xiaoheng's lips curled into a smile as he placed his briefcase in the passenger seat. He started the car and left the headquarters of the Supreme Military Council. As the car entered the San Juan Expressway, Xiaoheng turned on his Bluetooth headset and called Gunyinji's cell phone. It rang for a long time, but no one picked up. He looked at his watch. It was almost noon. Was Gunyinji, the lazy bum, still sleeping in? Xiaoheng thought about it and took out his phone to open the location tracking system. Gunyinji was represented by a small four-leaf clover. On the map on his phone, the location of the small four-leaf clover was inside the B University Stadium. She was actually working out in the stadium? Xiaoheng knew how much Gunyinji hated exercise, so he couldn't help but glance at the sun outside the car window. The sun didn't rise from the west. As he thought about it, he turned the steering wheel and was already driving in the direction of B University. When it was almost 1, Xiaoheng arrived at the entrance of the B University Stadium. He stopped the car and got out. Looking at his phone again, he saw that the small four-leaf clover was already heading towards the entrance of the stadium. Xiaoheng put away his phone and leaned against the shiny black car door. He lit a cigarette and took a long drag. With one hand on the car and the other holding the cigarette, he stared fixedly at the entrance of the stadium. Not long after, Gunyinji, Ma Qiqi, and He Zhichu walked out of the stadium chatting and laughing. Hijichu's expression was indifferent as he casually said, "Have you had lunch?" "No. Is Professor he treating us to lunch?" Machichi's eyes lit up as she quietly nudged Gunyenji. Gunyenji pursed her lips into a smile and shook her head. "Chi-Chi, you're overthinking it. What Professor he means is that he wants to eat, so we can all go home and find our own mothers." Hijichu glanced at her. "Did I say that?" He paused and said, "I heard there's a good Hubei restaurant outside the South Gate. Do you guys like Hubei cuisine?" "Yes, yes." Machichi nodded repeatedly. "Professor he likes Hubei cuisine too?" Hijichu didn't really like it or dislike it, but Gunyenji liked it. He didn't look at Gunyenji, but his tone was directed at her. "Since you like it, let's go together." "It's boring eating alone." Gunyenji smiled and shook her head. She suddenly saw a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. "No way. At this time? At this place? Why was he here?" Gunyenji thought she had missed him so much that her eyes had gone haywire and everyone looked like him. However, that person's aura was too strong. Although it was only a glimpse, she couldn't help but look again. After taking another look, Gunyenji's eyes suddenly widened. It really was him. It was Hua Xiao. She almost couldn't control herself from sprinting over. Fortunately, Ma Chi-Chi and Hijichu were beside her, so her remaining bit of rationality pulled her back. She still followed Ma Chi-Chi and Hijichu down the steps unhurriedly. Then she walked in Hua Xiaoheng's direction. Although she walked normally for the first few steps, she walked faster and faster towards the end. She practically jogged to Hua Xiaoheng, who was leaning against the car door. Gunyenji panted slightly and said, "Hua Xiao, why are you here?" Hua Xiaoheng saw her as soon as she came out of the door. He originally wanted to walk over to give her a surprise, but he saw that other than her roommate Ma Chi-Chi, Hijichu was also accompanying her. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes darkened, but he didn't move. He looked at Gunyenji with a deep gaze and grunted. "I came here for a meeting, so I came to see you." "Really?" Gunyenji smiled so much that her eyes turned into crescents. Fine beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, and a few strands of sweaty hair curled on the side of her face. Her small face was delicate and pink, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Hua Xiaoheng reached out to smooth her hair. "You're all sweaty. Why didn't you shower before coming out?" "I'm not used to showering in the gym's shower, so I wanted to go back to the dorm to shower," Gunyenji said quickly. Then she remembered Hijichu and Ma Chi-Chi and turned to look at them apologetically. "Professor Chi-Chi, I can't go to lunch with you guys." Hijichu looked at Hua Xiaoheng coolly and said coldly, "Mr. Hua is here. Let's go for lunch together." Ma Chi-Chi also desperately gave Gunyenji a look. Gunyenji choked and sneaked a look at Hua Xiaoheng. She whispered, "Hua Xiao, do you want to go together?" Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and said, "You all want to shower, right? We can go eat after showering." He didn't mean to refuse. Hijichu relaxed his brows and said to Gunyenji and Ma Chi-Chi, "Nyenji, Chi-Chi, go back and change first, then go to the Hubei restaurant outside the South Gate. I've already made reservations there." Since Hijichu said so, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't object, Gunyenji boldly agreed. Hua Xiaoheng started the car and opened the door for Gunyenji and Ma Chi-Chi to get in. He sent them back to the dorm to shower and change. When he closed the door, Hua Xiaoheng said to Hijichu, "Professor, he plays tennis with the students on the weekends. What a model teacher." The corners of Hijichu's mouth twitched, but he couldn't bring himself to smile. "Mr. Hua, you flatter me. See you later." He waved and walked to the parking lot. Hua Xiaoheng got in his car and drove Gunyenji and Ma Chi-Chi to the dorm. Ma Chi-Chi only felt a bit awkward when she got into Hua Xiaoheng's car. She realized that Gunyenji and her boyfriend didn't speak much in the car, and she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. As soon as she got to the dorm, she rushed out of the car and hurried to the dorm building's main entrance. When she was at the entrance, she ran into the senior who was interested in her. "Chi-Chi, where did you go? I called you, but you didn't pick up." The senior had been waiting for her for a while. In the beginning, he was very worried that something had happened to her, but now that he saw her, he sighed in relief. Ma Chi-Chi blushed and raised her tennis racket. I want to play tennis. What's up, senior? The senior's handsome face was also a bit red, but he still mustered up the courage to say, I want to take you to a movie. Are you free? A movie? It's only noon now. Machichi was a bit confused. Shouldn't movies usually be at night? Yeah, I bought tickets for the movie tonight, so we're going to eat first. We can watch the movie after eating. The senior seemed to have come prepared. This way, the two of them could spend more time together. Machichi understood what he meant and blushed even more. She turned around and saw that Gunyinji and her boyfriend were still in the car. She suddenly had an idea. Sure, give me 5 minutes, I'll go change. She had just taken a cold shower in the gym, unlike Gunyinji, who was still drenched in sweat. Yeah, I'll wait for you. The senior visibly relaxed and smiled even more beautifully. Machichi's face was as red as a ripe apple. She quickly ran into the elevator and quickly rushed to her dorm room. She quickly changed into a dress and brushed some rose powder on her face before carrying her small bag downstairs. For minutes and 50 seconds, Machichi pointed at her watch. Senior, you don't mind, right? I don't mind. The senior shook his head. Let's go. There's a wafting restaurant at the South Gate. Do you like sushi? Of course. Machichi was a foodie. As long as it was delicious, she would eat it with relish. As Machichi walked, she texted Gunyinji and Hijichu separately. Professor He/Ninji, I'm busy, so I can't go eat. Have fun. In Hua Xiaoheng's car, Gunyinji's phone rang. She looked down to see it was a text from Machichi. What's up? Hua Xiaoheng had been sitting in the car, silently for a long time. When he heard Gunyinji's phone ring, he finally turned to ask. This was the first 3,000-word update, a reminder to everyone about the monthly and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 546. The nearly 5 minutes of silence in the car had already caused Gunyinji to feel heavy pressure. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly spoke, and Gunyinji almost trembled in fear. This obvious cowering had another meaning in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. He silently turned his head to look out the window and said, Go shower first. His temples were slightly swollen, and the curve of his jaw was particularly square. He used a commanding tone and had the natural aura of a superior. Gunyinji pouted and glanced sideways at Hua Xiaoheng. Just as she was about to silently criticize him, Hua Xiaoheng happened to turn around and saw her slanted eyes. Her natural charm made his entire body tense up in that instant. His large hand caressed her cheek and pressed the corners of her eyes to make her slanted eyes level before letting go. He looked forward and said in a low voice, Get out. Gunyinji really wanted to suddenly open the door and rush out, then slam the door on Hua Xiaoheng's face. His expression would definitely be very good. Unfortunately, she only dared to think about it. Hua Xiaoheng's dark eyes looked over and didn't say anything, and she was already terrified. Gunyinji averted her gaze and placed her hand on the handle. Just as she was about to open the door, she saw Machichi dressed up nicely and carrying a small Coral Phillip III. One backpack. She was smiling as she walked towards the tree-lined path with the elegant senior she had seen before. Machichi already left? Gunyinji's heart skipped a beat. She turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, Hua Xiao, do you want to come to my dorm for a while? I might need some time to shower. Hua Xiaoheng didn't look at her and looked straight in the direction of the car window. His voice was also very solemn. No, your roommate is there. It's not convenient. Chi just left. She went out with someone. Gunyinji murmured. It's just me. She then opened the door and got out. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and turned off the engine. He took out the car key and got out from the other side. He had already locked the briefcase in the car. The two of them walked into the dorm building's elevator one after the other. Watching the numbers on the elevator rise one by one, it was like the words rolling in her throat had reached the end before she could say them. The elevator doors opened, and Gunyinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng before walking out with him. This wasn't the first time Hua Xiaoheng had come to Gunyinji's dorm. Since it was noon on a weekend, there was almost no one in the hallway. The two of them walked along the quiet hallway and quickly entered their dorm. The living room was clean and tidy. Ma Chi-Chi's dorm room door was half open, but there was no one inside. It was obvious that she had left in such a hurry that she had forgotten to lock the door. Hua Xiaoheng's sharp gaze swept over Ma Chi-Chi's dorm as if he was trying to determine if there was anyone in that room. Gun Yinji saw this and pursed her lips into a smile. She really left. One of our seniors was chasing after her. I saw them heading towards the south gate. Hua Xiaoheng looked away and closed the door before walking into Gun Yinji's room with her. Gun Yinji closed the door and went to the small fridge to get a bottle of mineral water. Hua Xiao, take a seat. I'll be ready soon. She went to the closet to get a change of clothes and turned to go to the bathroom. However, the room suddenly darkened. She turned around to see Hua Xiaoheng already standing in front of the window and closing the curtains. Gun Yinji bit her lower lip, her heart thumping wildly. She understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant. She also wanted to, but she was still a little embarrassed to do it in her own dorm. Hua Xiaoheng closed the curtains but didn't take any further action. He crossed his arms and leaned against the window sill. The long French curtain sank slightly from his movement. Gun Yinji finally noticed that Hua Xiaoheng was wearing casual clothes today. It was a very stylish white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows and the hem tucked into a high-quality leather belt. It made his legs even more obvious from his waist down. She noticed that her face was already a little hot. She had never been able to resist Hua Xiaoheng's beauty. She quickly looked away and hugged her clothes as she dove into the bathroom. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't look at her. Instead, he looked around the room. The last time he had been here was when school started. He had helped her change her bed and restocked her with some daily necessities. After a few months, looking at the dormitory again, it was no longer as empty as it was when he first arrived. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze finally moved to the bathroom. She was showering in there. Hua Xiaoheng gulped and maintained his posture. His thoughts returned to the reason he had come today. He had originally brought the materials to show Gun Yinji and reassure her. However, he ended up running into her playing tennis with Ijichu. Although they weren't alone and Ma Chi-Chi was in the middle, and he knew that even if the two of them were alone, nothing would happen, he still gave up on the idea just now. Hua Xiaoheng recalled Gun Yinji's bright smile, her unpredictable actions, and her mischievous temper. He sighed heavily in his heart. She was indeed still a child. For the first time, he felt that what he had done was truly beastly. Gun Yinji took 15 minutes to finish showering. Her hair was still wet. She used a large towel to dry her hair as she came out of the bathroom. She saw Hua Xiaoheng still leaning against the window sill. Hua Xiao, sit. Why are you standing? Gun Yinji pointed to a round armchair next to the window sill. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. Her fair skin was so soft and supple. She had just come out of the bathroom, so it was even more hydrated. It was like plump lychee flesh. His lower abdomen heated up, but he held it in. He was already beastly. He couldn't continue beastly. Are you done packing? If you are, then leave. Don't keep Professor He waiting. Hua Xiaoheng's hand itched to smoke, but he couldn't smoke in Gun Yinji's dorm. Gun Yinji nodded. I'll leave after I dry my hair. She sat in front of the vanity under the windowsill and picked up the hairdryer to dry her hair. Hua Xiaoheng stood next to the vanity and looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Gun Yinji had just put down the hairdryer when Hua Xiaoheng shot up behind her. He hugged her from behind and lifted her up. Hot kisses landed on her neck. He sucked hard and had the unique scent of man. It made her legs go weak. Gun Yinji struggled with all her might. Don't kiss my neck. It'll leave a mark, okay? Hua Xiaoheng followed her advice. He pulled her shirt open and kissed her shoulder bone. Gun Yinji's legs went weak. Even her feet went weak. But she didn't struggle for long before Hua Xiaoheng let her go. He adjusted her shirt and buttoned it up. Gun Yinji looked down and watched Hua Xiaoheng's slender fingers moving in front of her chest. She wondered why Hua Xiaoheng didn't continue. How long had it been since they'd been intimate? All men needed it. Gun Yinji was now his official girlfriend, so she didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to endure too much. She reached out and slid her hand over Hua Xiaoheng's exposed collarbone. Hua Xiao, you look so good in a white shirt. Hua Xiaoheng's throat tightened. He almost couldn't control himself and wanted to do her on the spot. But he still held back and held Gu Nianji's naughty hand. He smiled. "Stop it. Aren't you hungry?" As soon as he said that, Gu Nianji's stomach grumbled. It was especially loud in the quiet dorm. The romantic atmosphere was gone. Gu Nianji blamed herself for not being able to withstand hunger. What a troublemaker. She had nothing better to do. Looking at Gu Nianji's resentful expression, Hua Xiaoheng was greatly pleased. He bent down and whispered in Gu Nianji's ear, "I'll feed you here first, then come with me to the apartment." "I'll feed you here." Hua Xiaoheng's hand wandered down her body, from her waist to her abdomen, and finally stopped for a moment. Gu Nianji thought she already understood, but under Hua Xiaoheng's teasing, she couldn't help but blush. She gripped Hua Xiaoheng's arm tightly. Her whole body was stiff. It was like she was sitting on his hand. It was the second night. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 547. Hua Xiaoheng slowly withdrew his hand and hugged her tightly from behind. He whispered in her ear, "Let's go eat first." Gu Nianji wanted a nod, but she realized that even her neck was stiff. It was as if Hua Xiaoheng had cast a spell on her. She couldn't move, so she could only respond with a quiet Her voice was raised and carried a long trill. It was like plucking the strings of a harp. It was a soft sound, but the lingering sound lingered and wrapped around her. Hua Xiaoheng's heart gradually tightened along with her tone. In the end, it was like a taut string or a fully drawn bow. A simple touch could break the string and bend the bow. Gu Nianji's soft "mhm" was the last straw that broke the string and activated the bow. He had already pushed Gu Nianji away, but before she could leave his arms, Hua Xiaoheng had already pulled her back into his embrace. He held the back of her head with one hand and kissed her tightly, while his other hand quickly unbuttoned her clothes in front of her chest. The buttons he had just buttoned were now unbuttoned by him. Gu Nianji's lips were in his mouth, and she could feel his large hands moving. She murmured, "You're so annoying. You're the one who should be wearing and taking them off." Hua Xiaoheng ignored her sweet complaints and instantly unbuttoned her clothes. Gu Nianji's toes tensed up. She swayed and couldn't stand. She was almost hanging onto Hua Xiaoheng. "Dorm. In the dorm. Be gentle." Gu Nianji stuttered and used her remaining rationality to remind Hua Xiaoheng. No one knew how good the soundproofing was in the dorm. Although Ma Chi-Chi wasn't in the dorm, who knew if there was anyone in the dorm next door? She didn't want her classmates to eavesdrop on her. Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused. His rationality told him to stop. He had strong self-control and could control his body under any circumstances. Just as he was about to let go of her, he heard Gu Nianji say, "Professor, he is waiting for us to eat. Don't let him wait too long." Hua Xiaoheng's large hands immediately hugged Gu Nianji tightly again and walked directly to the bed. "Huh? What are you doing?" "Don't." Gu Nianji didn't have time to speak before Hua Xiaoheng covered her mouth and used his lips to seal everything she wanted to say. The tip of his tongue went in and found her little tongue. He chased and entangled it so she couldn't speak. Gu Nianji was dizzy from his kisses and soon realized that she had been stripped naked like a little lamb. She lay paralyzed on the thin carpet of purple roses. She was lying on the purple carpet. Even a peeled lychee wasn't as tender or as sweet. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes darkened as he stared at her with his dark, jade-like eyes. His gaze swept over her from head to toe, and just looking at her made her entire body tremble. Gu Nianji was sprawled on the bed like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, a lamb would not turn around and smile at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes darkened. He hugged her from behind and kissed her neck and back. He said in a low voice, "You've grown up. Tell me, who did you learn from?" "I didn't learn from anyone." Gu Nianji raised her head and panted lightly. Her voice was intermittent. "You didn't learn from anyone? Who would believe you?" Hua Xiaoheng's breathing became heavier. Gu Nianji was so shy that even the tips of her toes had turned red. Her fair skin was covered with a faint blush. It was the faint and elegant blush of a lotus flower blooming in spring. Although it wasn't dazzling, it was enough to attract Hua Xiaoheng's attention. He had never thought about what the woman he liked was like. Even after he got together with Gun Yinji, he didn't think about it. But at this moment, he knew what the woman he liked was like. Every detail he liked was on Gun Yinji. Her appearance was a miracle for the military. It was also a miracle for him. Hua Xiaoheng felt a warm feeling in his heart. The numbness in his heart was gradually magnified and spread to his entire body. Gun Yinji suddenly came to her senses and said, "Condom. You didn't use a condom." He hugged her shoulders and kissed her a few times before saying, "Do you have one here?" "No." Gun Yinji was embarrassed. "They're all in the apartment. Then I don't need one." "I can't. What if I get pregnant?" Gun Yinji stammered. Come out first." Hua Xiaoheng didn't expect this kind of treatment. He took a deep breath and whispered in her ear, "It's okay. I'll give birth if I get pregnant." "No." Gun Yinji shook her head desperately. "I'm only 18. I don't want to have a child." She was still a child herself. "Okay," Hua Xiaoheng replied. "Got it." In the end, Gun Yinji only felt a chill on her back and suddenly understood what had happened. Although she wouldn't get pregnant this way, but she turned around to look at Hua Xiaoheng with a pout on her face. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. Hua Xiaoheng said, "Don't move. I'll get a towel." She could only lie motionlessly on the bed and wait for Hua Xiaoheng to get a towel. He wrapped her up and carried her to the bathroom. He turned on the shower, and the two of them took another shower to finally wash off the stickiness on their bodies. Coming out of the bathroom, Gun Yinji glared at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "I want to buy some condoms to put in the dorm." "No need." Hua Xiaoheng objected nonchalantly. "Today was an accident. It won't happen again." Hua Xiaoheng would never allow such a thing to happen in school. An accident? Gun Yinji held the hairdryer in her hand and dried her hair as she looked back at Hua Xiaoheng. "I don't believe it." Gun Yinji believed that there was no person or thing that could make Hua Xiaoheng lose control. Everything he did was planned. "I can't help it if you don't believe me." Hua Xiaoheng fastened his belt in front of the mirror and tucked the hem of his white shirt into the belt. The white shirt was slightly wrinkled, but it wasn't obvious. However, his hair was still a bit wet. Gun Yinji blew her long hair until it was half dry and stood up to ask Hua Xiaoheng, "Hua Xiao, let me dry your hair for you?" Hua Xiaoheng wiped it with a towel and shook his head. "No need. It'll dry quickly." Gun Yinji thought that the weather was getting hot and her hair would dry quickly, so she didn't rush him. As she was drying her hair, her phone rang. Hua Xiaoheng picked up the phone from her desk and saw that it was He Jichu calling. His fingers moved and unlocked the call. "Professor He?" He Jichu's expression darkened when he heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice. He said coldly, "Where's Yinji? She's not coming for dinner either?" Ma Chi-Chi had texted earlier to say she wouldn't be coming. He Jichu had replied, "Okay, I'll treat you next time." He didn't expect Gun Yinji to not show up, even after waiting for half an hour at the Hubei restaurant. Yinji just showered and is drying her hair. "She'll be right there after," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. He crossed his arms and leaned against the window sill to open the curtains. He Jichu's heart felt stifled. He closed his eyes to suppress his anger and said coldly, "Hurry up. I've already ordered." He hung up and tossed the phone onto the dining table in the private room. Gun Yinji finished drying her hair and changed her clothes before asking Hua Xiaoheng, "Who was on the phone just now?" "Professor He's already at the restaurant." "Let's go," Hua Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. Gun Yinji casually picked up her Hermes bucket bag and followed Hua Xiaoheng out. They came down from the dorm and got into Hua Xiaoheng's car. They quickly drove to the Hubei restaurant outside the south gate and found the private room He Jichu had reserved. They walked in one after the other. Under the bright chandelier in the private room, Gun Yinji's eyes were clear and her body was as soft as a willow. It was obvious she had just been showered. He Jichu's eyes were bloodshot. He walked up and punched Hua Xiaoheng in the face. "You animal!" Hua Xiaoheng's movements were surprisingly fast. He tilted his head in the direction of He Jichu's punch so he didn't get hit in the face. However, He Jichu's movements were also unusually fast. Hua Xiaoheng dodged the punch and followed it up with his left fist, smashing hard into Hua Xiaoheng's back. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't expected He Jichu to be so strong despite his gentlemanly and elegant appearance. His punches were clearly methodical, so it was obvious that he had been trained. He dodged the punch on his face, but he couldn't dodge the punch on his back. Boom! The sound was so loud that it echoed in the private room. Gun Yinji was dumbfounded. Before she could react, the two mature and calm men in front of outsiders had already exchanged several blows. Stop! 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 Gun Yinji snapped out of her daze and threw herself in front of Hua Xiaoheng to shield him. He Jichu sneered at Hua Xiaoheng. Are you still a man when you let a woman shield you? Hua Xiaoheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said calmly, It's my fault. You hit me, I admit it. He was indeed an animal. He Jichu was right to scold and hit him, so Hua Xiaoheng didn't fight back. He only dodged to avoid being hit in the face. She's only 18. How dare you? How dare you? He Jichu thought that with Hua Xiaoheng's personality and status, even if he confirmed his relationship with Gun Yinji, he wouldn't have made any progress with her so early. But when he saw their expressions today, and Hua Xiaoheng deliberately didn't blow dry his hair, how could he not understand? Gun Yinji blushed. He Jichu's words made her very embarrassed. She didn't expect He Jichu to see through it so easily. She had already showered. She had even dried her hair and made sure she didn't smell like that before coming out. Hua Xiaoheng stepped forward and shielded Gun Yinji behind him. He said calmly to He Jichu, It's my fault. I will take responsibility. Gun Yinji looked up from behind him and stared at Hua Xiaoheng's back. It was as if she wanted to see a hole in his back and see what he was thinking. Did he really just want to take responsibility? Why did she want him to take responsibility? She did it willingly, and he didn't force her. Gun Yinji felt a little stifled. She looked down and tugged at the corner of Hua Xiaoheng's shirt. Hua Xiao, Professor He, let's eat. I'm hungry. This was the first update with 3,000 words. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. I repeatedly edited and deleted 1,000 words before posting it. Chapter 548. He Jichu snorted again before returning to his seat. His expression was frosty, and he didn't look hungry at all. Gun Yinji didn't dare look up at He Jichu. She sat beside Hua Xiaoheng and quietly took the bowl and chopsticks to look at the dishes on the table. The dishes He Jichu ordered were all Gun Yinji's favorite home-cooked dishes. Lotus root and spare rib soup, pearl dumplings, stir-fried eggs with chili peppers, stir-fried shredded pork with chili peppers, and shredded potatoes with vinegar sauce. There were light green, bright yellow, refreshing white, and lotus root rib soup. Gun Yinji's gaze fell on the lotus root and spare rib soup. It was a habit that Hua Xiaoheng had taught her to drink soup before eating. He Jichu also had this habit. However, he didn't have any appetite at the moment and only looked at Gun Yinji quietly. Hua Xiaoheng picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful of lotus root and spare rib soup for Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji sipped the soup as she looked at He Jichu and then Hua Xiaoheng. She asked hesitantly, Professor He, aren't you going to eat? Hua Xiaoheng heard Gun Yinji say this and scoop a bowl of rice for himself. He ate it with fried eggs with chili and shredded pork with chili. He Jichu ordered a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for himself. Hua Xiaoheng put down the bowl and also poured a glass of red wine. He raised his glass to He Jichu. I haven't properly thanked Professor He for what happened in Barbados. Unfortunately, I'm going abroad soon and don't have time to treat you. When I come back, Ninji and I will treat Professor He to a meal. Please, Professor He, you must come. Gun Yinji put down the spoon and looked at He Jichu. She nodded. Professor He, you must come. He Jichu looked down at the wine glass in his hand. He raised it and swirled it before taking a sip. He didn't even look up. I'll see. He thought about it and looked at Gun Yinji. Ninji, you're my teaching assistant. Did you prepare my calendar for the next month? You know better than me if I have time. As his teaching assistant, Gun Yinji indeed had to help He Jichu plan his daily work calendar. What they were going to do, who they were going to meet, what seats they were going to talk about, and what classes they were going to attend had to be made clear. They had to plan their schedule for at least 2 months. Gun Yinji had a good memory, so she immediately thought about it and said, Professor He, you have more free time this month. Next month will be a little more busy, so I'll look at Professor He's calendar to determine the time for the treat. Yes. Hijichu agreed and didn't say anything else. He quietly drank the red wine by himself, and soon the bottle was empty. Gunyenji was usually full after finishing the soup, but today was special. She had used up too much energy, so she ate 2 more bowls of rice after finishing the soup. Hijichu, Gunyenji quietly looked up and met Hijichu's and Xiaoheng's sharp eyes. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Gunyenji put down her bowl and chopsticks. Can't you let me eat properly? They were like 2 cheetahs glaring at her. Their eyes were so aggressive that Gunyenji felt like she couldn't handle it. After finally finishing the meal, there wasn't much left on the table, so there was no need to take it away. In the end, Hijichu still didn't eat anything. Hua Xiaoheng got up to pay the bill at the front desk, but was told that Hijichu had already paid. He didn't say anything and turned back to the private room to see Gunyenji talking to Hijichu. Hijichu drank on an empty stomach, so he was already tipsy. However, he didn't ramble or do anything unimaginable like most drunken people. He was drunk, so only his eyes were especially bright. His shimmering, sultry eyes were even more lethal. If he went out to flirt with girls now, he could flirt with whoever he wanted, except for Gunyenji. Seeing him like this, Gunyenji worriedly said to Hua Xiaoheng, Hua Xiao, should we take Professor E back? He can't drive like this. Yes. Hua Xiaoheng agreed without hesitation. He and Gunyenji stood on either side of Hijichu as they walked out of the restaurant. Hijichu could still control himself in the beginning, but as soon as he walked out of the Hubei restaurant, he let himself go. He stood alone on the steps and refused to go down. He looked at Gunyenji and only smiled without saying anything. Gunyenji was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. She finally stuffed him into Hua Xiaoheng's car and drove back to the B University professor's building. Hijichu's suite was on the 28th floor. The 3 of them took the elevator to the 28th floor and finally arrived at Hijichu's dorm room. Professor He opened the door. Gunyenji pointed at the keyhole. There were 2 ways to open the door to the suite, with a combination key or fingerprint. Gunyenji thought that Hijichu must have the key on him, but after asking a few times, Hijichu only looked at her and smiled without saying anything. He wouldn't tell her how to open the door. Gunyenji finally couldn't take it anymore and pulled Hijichu's hand to scan the fingerprint lock. With a click, the door was opened by the 2 of them. Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyenji helped Hijichu into the room and laid him on the sofa in the living room. Gunyenji even brought a basin of warm water for Hijichu to wipe himself. Okay, Nyenji, that's enough. Let's go. Hua Xiaoheng saw that it was about time and said to take Gunyenji away. Gunyenji put the towel on the edge of the basin and reminded him, Professor, you need to eat something solid when you're hungry. A glass of red wine isn't enough. Hua Xiaoheng had already left, so Gunyenji followed. As soon as she got into Hua Xiaoheng's car, she kept talking to him. Hua Xiao, will Professor He be okay? Hua Xiao, do you think Professor He has a part-time worker? Hua Xiao, is it bad for Professor He's liver if he drinks on an empty stomach? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and said dryly, Since you're so worried, I'll take you back to take care of Professor He. Gunyenji smiled sheepishly and let go of Hua Xiaoheng's hand. I was just saying that. Will Hua Xiao be angry? She had said and done many stupid things in the past, but Hua Xiao had never cared. Of course, he had never said anything about her in public. Now, his tone was actually filled with mockery. Gunyenji wasn't used to Hua Xiao being like this. The car turned onto the tree-lined path at the south gate and drove towards the south gate. Gunyenji blinked. Where are we going? To the apartment. Hua Xiaoheng stepped on the accelerator and gradually increased the speed. As soon as they drove out of the south gate of B University, the premium sports car roared and sped forward. Unfortunately, they were in the 4th ring road of the imperial capital. Even though it was a weekend, there were still traffic jams. Gunyenji leaned her head against the window and looked at the long line of cars outside. She mumbled, How much longer? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the map and saw that there was a car accident up ahead. That was why there was such a long line. This road was blocked, so they had to find another way. Fortunately, they had the most timely map on their phone, so they found a small path and drove over. The small path was also very close to Gunyinji's high-rise duplex suite. They got out of the car and were in a better mood. They walked into the elevator hand in hand and watched as the number on the elevator rose to Gunyinji's floor. The elevator dinged and the door opened. Gunyinji's older sister, Gu Yanran, stood at the door. This was the second night. A reminder: recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 549. When Gunyinji saw Gu Yanran, she couldn't help but look at the floor of the elevator. That's right, it was the 18th floor. The elevators here had 1 unit per floor. How could there be someone else on this floor? Gu Yanran saw Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng in the elevator and looked relieved. She quickly said, "Mr. Hua, is this apartment yours? That's great. I've finally waited for someone to come. This property management is killing me." Gunyinji was speechless. This apartment was clearly hers. Why did Gu Yanran assume it was Hua Xiaoheng's? Fine, Hua Xiaoheng had indeed paid for it, but it was now under her name. With that thought, Gunyinji didn't dare to correct Gu Yanran. She walked out of the elevator and asked in surprise, "Sis, why are you here? How did you get up?" Hua Xiaoheng walked out from behind her. Seeing that Gunyinji didn't correct Gu Yanran, he glanced at her but didn't say anything. Gu Yanran's gaze returned to Gunyinji. She raised her hand to wipe her fringe and said helplessly, "How else could I get up? Of course I took the elevator up." As she spoke, she showed her residence card to Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng. "Look, this is my residence card. I clearly bought an apartment on the 19th floor, but this damn card took me to the 18th floor. No matter how I pressed it, it only went up to here. I was just about to go down and ask the property management." "Oh, sis, you bought a house here too?" Gunyinji was even more surprised. Her eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. "Why did you want to buy a house here?" "Oh, I have a villa in the suburbs. I bought last year. Now that Dad is in the imperial capital and you found a place, I want to buy a house near you in the city. Our family of 3 can get together often." Gu Yanran said with a smile. "I didn't expect to be neighbors with Mr. Hua." Hua Xiaoheng finally smiled. "This isn't my house." He turned to look at Gunyinji. A hint of tenderness flashed in his deep, dark eyes. "It's Nyinji's. You sisters are really fated." It was Gu Yanran's turn to be shocked. She looked at Gunyinji, then at Hua Xiaoheng, before asking, "This house really belongs to Nyinji?" "Yes, it is indeed hers." Hua Xiaoheng put an arm around Gunyinji's shoulders and said politely to Gu Yanran, "Nyinji is still young. Miss Gu is her older sister, so please bear with her in the future. We won't disturb Miss Gu's discussion with the property management." He led Gunyinji to the door. Gu Yanran turned around to look at them and waved at Gunyinji with a smile. "Nyinji, I'm leaving now. We're neighbors now. I'll visit you often in the future." With that, she walked to the elevator and went down. Hua Xiaoheng took out his key card and swiped the door. Gunyinji muttered, "What kind of lousy property is this? Was there still any privacy? Deduct money. You must deduct the money." The two of them enter the house. Hua Xiaoheng looked around and pulled up the surveillance footage. He found that Gu Yanran was indeed standing by the elevator. She didn't try to open the door to their room. Of course, no one came in. Everything was normal on the surveillance footage. Gunyinji breathed a sigh of relief and shook her head. "But this is too much of a coincidence. Why did she buy it on top of me?" She looked up at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It felt weird to think that Gu Yanran would be walking around on top of her from now on. Hua Xiaoheng walked to the kitchen and opened the fridge to find a can of beer. He opened it and downed in one gulp. Looking up at the ceiling, he mused, "I'll be going abroad in 2 days. Don't stay here during this time. Go to the base when you have time." Although Gunyinji felt uncomfortable, she didn't think about not coming. She had already decorated the house bit by bit. It was her second home. How could she not come here just like that? Moreover, she and Gu Yanran had the same father. Their relationship had always been intertwined. When father wakes up in the future, he'll probably live upstairs. It'll be more convenient to take care of him together. Gun Yinji walked over and took out a bottle of coconut juice from the fridge. She opened it and took a sip. The cold and sweet juice flowed down her esophagus and made her feel much better. Hua Xiaoheng thought of Gu Xiangwen and nodded thoughtfully. Your father probably won't recover for a while. Go visit him at Chun Lai's place more often and talk to him. Maybe he'll get better faster. Really? How's he doing? Gun Yinji put the unfinished coconut juice back into the fridge and stared at the beer in Hua Xiaoheng's hand. Hua Xiao, you like this brand of beer? Is it good? Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and threw the can into the trash. It's okay, but you can't drink it. Remember, you can't drink until you're 22. You can buy alcohol at the bar at 18. Gun Yinji was unhappy. Why do I have to wait until I'm 22? You've really grown up. Hua Xiaoheng turned around and wrapped his arms around Gun Yinji's waist. You even dare to talk back to me now? No. Only Hua Xiaoheng talks back to me. I don't dare talk back to Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji leaned into his embrace and said lazily. Hua Xiaoheng's embrace was warm and safe. It was Gun Yinji's favorite place. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and lowered his head to whisper in Gun Yinji's ear. Indeed, you only get talked back by me. Do you want to talk back a few more times? Gun Yinji was speechless. She quickly understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant. She suddenly looked up, her cheeks flushed and her eyes filled with lust. She pushed Hua Xiaoheng and gritted her teeth. I didn't expect you to be like this, Hua Xiaoheng. There are a lot of things you can't imagine. Come, let me show you a few things you can't imagine. Hua Xiaoheng exerted strength in his arms and lifted Gun Yinji by the waist to walk to the bedroom. It was another night of tumultuous red waves. The rain was light and the wind was strong, crushing the crabapple. When Gun Yinji woke up the next day, she found herself nestled in Hua Xiaoheng's arms with her head on his shoulder. One of Hua Xiaoheng's long legs was pressed against her back and encircled her tightly. No wonder she felt so heavy last night that she couldn't breathe. She quietly looked up and saw Hua Xiaoheng quietly looking at her. His eyes were as black as ink, and the brilliance was restrained. They were like fine black pearls, and with a slight movement of his eyes, there was a dazzling brilliance flowing out. Gun Yinji hugged his head as if she was bewitched. She leaned up and kissed his eyes devoutly. Hua Xiaoheng had already closed his eyes the moment she leaned in and let her kiss his eyelids. Gun Yinji's kisses were delicate and hot, like starlight reflected in a lake. When the breeze blew, it set off ripples of starlight. His heart rippled with such kisses. When she finished kissing him, he hugged her gently, his chin sliding back and forth on the side of her smooth face. After a night of rest, the green stubble that had just sprouted on his chin made Gun Yinji giggle. She kept hiding and squirming under the blankets. Male hormones are the most vigorous when they woke up in the morning, and Hua Xiaoheng was no exception. Once a man who had been abstinent for many years started to have sex, and the girl he liked was next to him, what was the point of holding back? So Gun Yinji found that she was being pinned down again as she tried to hide. This time, Hua Xiaoheng took an especially long time. In the end, Gun Yinji almost cried and begged him to let her go. After that, Hua Xiaoheng went to the bathroom to take a shower, then went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Gun Yinji soaked in the bathroom for a long time before coming out holding her waist. This time was really too much, but she remembered that Hua Xiaoheng was about to go abroad for a mission. They wouldn't have any contact during this period, and she didn't know when he would come back. Gun Yinji felt relieved. As the family of a soldier, she was mentally prepared to be separated from time to time. So could Hua Xiaoheng's enthusiasm from yesterday to today be because he also couldn't bear to leave her? Gun Yinji thought happily as she applied skincare products on her face. In the mirror, her lips were red, her teeth were white, and her eyes were watery. She really didn't look like she was overindulging, except for her sore back. Hua Xiaoheng walked in and saw Gun Yinji sitting in front of the vanity, rubbing her back from time to time. His eyes flashed, and he walked over to massage her waist. What's wrong? Your back isn't feeling well. It's all because of you. Gun Yinji turned around and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. You almost broke my back. Gu Nianji's waist was very thin, and Hua Xiaoheng's hand had measured it several times. It really wasn't big enough to hold. It was like a willow branch, but it was also very tough. It was almost like her personality. Hua Xiaoheng kissed the center of her hair. I'll give you a massage. After a few massages, Gu Nianji felt itchy and numb. She quickly pushed him away with a smile. I don't dare ask the Major General to be my masseuse. I don't have much luck. I can't afford it. Who said that? You're a very lucky person. Hua Xiaoheng picked her up and sat on the soft stool in front of Gu Nianji's vanity. He let Gu Nianji sit on his lap. Where do you want to go today? I'll accompany you. Really? Gu Nianji turned around in surprise. The whole day, Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It was always 12 hours. His time was really calculated by the hour and the minute. Gu Nianji was already very satisfied. She hugged and kissed him. Can you study with me? Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. You don't want to? Gu Nianji blinked. Her long eyelashes were like 2 rows of little fans. They were so close that Hua Xiaoheng could almost feel the 2 rows of fans fluttering in front of his face. They were as light as butterfly wings. You only want me to study with you? Hua Xiaoheng asked again. It's rare for me to have so much free time. Yeah. Gu Nianji nodded. Her expression was slightly aggrieved. I used to see them study in pairs at school. They even reserved seats for the girls. I was so envious. I wanted a boyfriend to do that with me. But no one ever studied with me. Didn't Mei Xiaoan study with you before? Hua Xiaoheng pointed out the loophole in Gu Nianji's words without batting an eyelid. Gu Nianji's embarrassment turned to anger. She reached out to cover his dark eyes that seemed to see through everything. She gritted her teeth. I said no. Mei Xiaoan doesn't count. That's just a normal classmate. This was the first chapter with 3,000 words. Let me remind everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra chapter at 7 p.m. All right, why hasn't everyone voted for me recently? How sad. It's fine if you don't have monthly votes, but why don't you vote for free recommendation votes every day? Chapter 550. Gu Nianji had only wanted to make it sound pitiful to arouse Hua Xiaoheng's sympathy so he could accompany her to school for self-study. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't have anyone to study with, but the person who did was not Hua Xiaoheng. She had said so much and acted so aggrieved because she wanted Hua Xiaoheng to study with her once and fulfill one of her wishes. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her hand down with a smile and kissed it. Sure, we'll study by ourselves then. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng's neck and kissed him. Hua Xiao is the best. After breakfast, they took Hua Xiaoheng's car back to school. Not long after they left, Gu Nianji received a call from Gu Yanran. Nianji, where are you? I personally cooked some dishes that you liked to eat when you were young. Shall I come down to pick you up to eat? Gu Nianji smiled and said, Oh, what a coincidence. I'm already back at school. This early? Gu Yanran looked at her watch. It was only 10 in the morning. At 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning, most people would be sleeping in, right? Could it be that Hua Xiaoheng hadn't spent the night at Gu Nianji's apartment? Gu Yanran frowned and asked hesitantly, Nianji, did Hua Xiao leave yesterday? Gu Nianji grunted. She didn't want to talk about such a private topic with Gu Yanran. Although she already knew that Gu Yanran was her older sister, her memory had not recovered yet. She did not have the kind of familial love that had been fostered since they were young. She was only slightly closer to Gu Yanran than a normal friend. Her relationship with Ma Chi-Chi was not even as good as hers. Sis, you eat by yourself. I'm about to reach school. I'm on my way. She pretended to hang up the phone. Are you driving yourself? She did not expect Gu Yanran to have no intention of hanging up and actually start a conversation with her. Gu Nianji could only say no, I took a taxi. She didn't want to say that Hua Xiaoheng was driving. That way, Gu Yanran would know that Hua Xiaoheng had spent the night at her apartment. She didn't say it just now, so now she was even more embarrassed to say it and slap herself in the face. Rent? Gu Yanran's frown deepened. Nianji, I'll buy you a car. Do you want a Lexus or a Beetle? It was most suitable for young ladies to drive. You're the daughter of the Gu family. How can you always take a taxi? Gu Nianji felt a little guilty. Gu Yanran did seem to treat her well, but she didn't need him to buy her a car. When Gu Nianji spoke again, her tone was much gentler. It's okay, sis. I actually have a car, but it's not convenient to drive it to school. There's no suitable parking space, so I'm used to taking taxi. Is that so? It's okay. I'll hire a driver for you. Gu Yanran was probably used to being a leader, so she immediately made the decision for Gu Nianji. I'll send you the link to buy a car. You can pick one, and I'll arrange a driver for you. I'll be more assured if there's a driver to pick you up on weekends. Gu Nianji's heart warmed slightly, but she still shook her head and refused. Sis, I really don't need it. Hua Xiao also has a driver who can pick me up. Nianji, I was about to talk to you about this. Gu Yanran's tone became serious. Nianji, tell me honestly, what's your relationship with Hua Xiao? It's a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Gu Nianji sounded a little guilty. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and reached out to stroke her head. He didn't say anything. Are you guys married? Gu Yanran asked again. She stood in front of the French windows in the apartment and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside. Her thoughts flew to faraway Barbados, and she recalled the days she spent with Gu Nianji as a child. Her expression became even more solemn. Of course not. Gu Nianji switched to another hand to answer the phone. She felt a little stressed. But there's no but. Gu Yanran raised her head. Since you're not married to him and are only boyfriend and girlfriend, you can't rely on him too much financially. Girls from the Gu family aren't gold diggers. They don't need to rely on men. Sis, what are you talking about? Gu Nianji was speechless. She quickly explained, of course I'm not trying to rely on Hua Xiao. That's good. Gu Yanran's tone softened. She said gently, if that's not the case, then where did you get the money to buy a house? The apartment you're living in now isn't something a student like you can afford. Gu Yanran knew that Gu Nianji had been an orphan for the past 6 or 7 years, and Hua Xiaoheng was her guardian. But now she had a house and a car, and the apartment was in a nice area. It wasn't something a middle-class person could afford. Where did she get the money? It was Hua Xiaoheng who bought it for her. You and Hua Xiao are only boyfriend and girlfriend, not husband and wife. How can you accept such an expensive gift? Gu Yanran's tone was a little high. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer the money to you, and you can return the money to Hua Xiao. Although the Gu family isn't as powerful and influential as the Huas, we still have the money to buy a house. We don't need to live in a man's house before we're married. Gu Nianji's emotions were extremely complicated. She didn't know how to respond. She had indeed thought about returning the money to Hua Xiaoheng in the future, especially the money for the house. That was why she wanted to be He Zhichu's teaching assistant. She even planned to intern at He Zhichu's law firm in her 2nd year of graduate school. That way, she would be able to earn more money. Gu Yanran's words hit the nail on the head. But Hua Xiaoheng definitely wouldn't take her money. Gu Nianji began to stammer over the phone. Sis, let's talk about this later. The house isn't urgent. I know Hua Xiao doesn't care about this bit of money, but the Gu family doesn't care either. You have to show your attitude. A girl can't throw herself at a man, but she also can't be too dependent on a man. Gu Yanran obviously approved of going Dutch between men and women. Her tone became even more serious. More importantly, Nianji, you're no longer an orphan. You have the Gu family, me, and father to support you. Don't use a man's money anymore. The Gu family can't afford to lose face. Gu Nianji's face became redder and redder as she listened. She was even a little ashamed, because she had been using Hua Xiaoheng's money all this time. Although Hua Xiaoheng didn't care and was almost meticulous with her, fulfilling all her requests and even exceeding all of her expectations, Gu Yanran's words hit the nail on the head. Gu Yanran's words struck a sore spot in her heart. Wasn't she taking it for granted? Holding the phone, the sharp-tongued Gu Nianji couldn't say a word for the first time. She could only listen to Gu Yanran scold her over the phone. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, she felt it made sense. They weren't married yet, so shouldn't she be using so much of Hua Xiaoheng's money? Glancing at her Hermes bucket bag, she felt her knees hurt even more. Gu Yanran spoke for a long time and saw that Gu Nianji didn't say anything. She knew that Gu Nianji must have listened to her, so she continued, send me your bank account number. I'll arrange to transfer the money to you. How much did you spend on that apartment? Gu Nianji answered honestly, I don't know. Hua Xiao bought it and put under my name. Gu Yanran didn't speak for a long time. After a while, she finally said, Okay, I understand. I'll transfer your allowance to your bank account every month. Remember not to use a man's money anymore. If you want to marry him, you have to be more reserved. If you treat yourself like a canary, no one will respect you, let alone marry you. Gu Nianji recalled Hua Xiaoheng saying, The marriage application has already been submitted. She felt proud again. Her Hua Xiaoheng was different from those coquettish bastards out there, and he did want to marry her. He wouldn't disrespect her. However, Gu Nianji was still too young. Her yearning for love hadn't transitioned to a normal married relationship. It hadn't even been half a year since she officially established her relationship with Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't even think about using marriage to prove anything. In today's society, there are countless people who got married and then divorced. Wasn't it good for two people to love each other? Marriage? Let's talk about it after she graduated. Before that, she wanted to enjoy the feeling of being in love. She would only be in love once in her life, so she cherished it very much. It was the second night. Reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 551. Gu Nianji held the phone and leaned her head against the window. The smile on her face was bright and moving. She glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, who was driving, and said to Gu Yanran, Sis, Hua Xiao isn't that kind of person. He already said that he wants to marry me. Gu Yanran laughed. Nianji, just listen to what men say. He said he's married, but he's not married yet, right? Gu Nianji was speechless. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng and wanted to say that he had already applied for marriage, but she remembered that even Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi didn't know about it. She didn't say it and only emphasized, Hua Xiao is serious about me. But thank you, sis. I'll remember what you said. Although Gu Yanran's words weren't pleasant, Gu Nianji knew it was for her own good. Only family members would say such unpleasant things, right? Of course, she had long realized this problem and had secretly prepared to be independent. She still remembered everything Hua Xiaoheng had done for her. She didn't think it was pity or charity. Gu Yanran saw that Gu Nianji was obedient and nodded slightly. Okay, then go to school. She paused and asked, Are you coming back next weekend? Do you want me to pick you up? She thought of her father, Gu Xiangwen, and immediately said to Gu Nianji, Oh right, I want to visit father in 2 days. Do you want to come? Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng and nodded when he didn't object. Okay, sis. Let me know when you're going to visit father, and we'll go together. Their father, Gu Xiangwen, was at Chunlai's place. Without Gu Nianji, Gu Yanran probably wouldn't be able to see him. Gu Nianji thought that Gu Xiangwen was also Gu Yanran's father. They were bringing him to the Hua Xia Empire, so how could they stop father and daughter from seeing each other? Only then was Gu Yanran satisfied. She comforted her before hanging up. Holding the phone, she stood in front of the French windows for a while. Her gaze passed through the transparent French windows and landed on the distant highway. Cars passed by on the highway, and she squinted to see which car was Gu Nianji's. Not long after, her phone rang again. Looking down, she saw it was an unknown number. Confused, she picked it up and said hello. No one spoke on the other side, but they could hear a man's breathing getting heavier. Gu Yanran's heart trembled. As expected, it was someone she was familiar with. That person said, Yanran, how long are you going to hide from me? Do you think that if you end everything in Barbados, I won't be able to find you? It was actually Yi Xian. Gu Yanran was shocked. Holding her phone, she leaned against the chaise longue next to the French windows and asked slowly, Yi Xian, how did you get my number? This was the number she had applied for after coming to the Huaxia Empire. What's so difficult about that? Not only do I know your phone number, but I also know where you are right now. Yi Xian let out a low chuckle. My lady, you are on the 19th floor, aren't you? Yes, look down. I'm standing under your apartment. What do you think? Let me up. Gu Yanran jumped up from the chaise longue and walked to the window to look down. Unfortunately, on the 19th floor, everything on the ground was like an ant. It was impossible to see clearly without binoculars. Gu Yanran thought about it and actually went inside to get a pair of binoculars. She walked to the balcony to look down. Under the apartment building, a tall man wearing sunglasses and casual clothes waved in her direction. It really was Yi Xian. Gu Yanran was so shocked she couldn't control herself. Not only did Yi Xian find her phone number, but he also knew about the new apartment she had just bought. It was unbelievable. Gu Yanran had a new interest in him. She looked from the balcony for a while and finally nodded. Go into the elevator. I'll let you up. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at Gu Yanran's apartment. As soon as he opened the door, he hugged Gu Yanran and pressed her against the wall to kiss her fiercely. Gu Yanran struggled for a while, but in the end, her whole body went limp from his kisses. She didn't even know how the two of them tangled and finally rolled onto the bed. She only knew that when it was finally over, she almost fainted. Yi Xian got up and took his clothes to the bathroom to shower. Gu Yanran sat on the bed in her nightgown and thought about it for a while before following him to the bathroom door. The door wasn't closed. Gu Yanran pushed it open and the sound of the shower stopped. What's wrong? Yi Xian opened the shower curtain and revealed his tan body. His powerful 8-pack abs were exposed in front of Gu Yanran without a care in the world. Gu Yanran looked at him thoughtfully and suddenly asked, "How did you find me?" She had clearly cut off all contact with him. Even the people around her didn't know her private phone number. How did Yi Xian know? You really want to know? Yi Xian walked out with a towel wrapped around his waist. He reached out to lift her chin, his eyes wild and aggressive. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Gu Yanran didn't hesitate to tiptoe and kiss him. Yi Xian kissed her back with satisfaction and whispered in her ear, Yanran, you never asked me what my major was in boarding school in the United States, right? Gu Yanran was speechless. She really wasn't sure. Gu Yanran wasn't interested in knowing more about an orphan sponsored by their family. I have a codename online. It's called Max. Yi Xian straightened his back, his expression somewhat sinister. Go check the dark web, Max, and you'll know who I am. Gu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. Dark web? Someone who knew about the dark web and had a certain reputation. There wasn't just any ordinary person. Gu Yanran's interest in him increased. You have this ability? Why didn't you tell me before? Yi Xian looked at her deeply. You didn't need it before, but you do now. That's why I came to you. Gu Yanran couldn't be bothered with him anymore. She took her phone and returned to the bedroom to search for dark web Max. The results shocked her so much that her jaw almost dropped. It turned out that Max was a rising hacker on the dark web. He was independent and didn't have any connections with any forces, but he always participated in whatever happened. He was like the last weight on the scale. As long as he fell, that side would win. Gu Yanran was stunned. Holding the phone to her chest, she thought to herself that this person's computer skills were truly unfathomable. No wonder he could easily find her new phone number and where she lived. She didn't have such a capable person around her. Now that she was in the Huaxia Empire and was unfamiliar with the place and people, Yi Xian could really help her a lot with this kind of technology. Yi Xian put on his clothes and walked over. Gu Yanran had already returned to normal. She looked at him as if she had never seen him before and pointed to the sofa beside her bed. Sit. Yi Xian sat down and rested his elbows on the sofa's armrest. He clasped his hands and crossed his legs. Squinting at her, he said, Do you understand now? Yanran, you need me. Gu Yanran smiled and praised him. Xian, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. I really misjudged you in the past. You didn't misjudge me. It's not too late to return to my side now. Yi Xian moved closer, but saw that Gu Yanran was obviously avoiding him. His eyes dimmed, and he slowly sat back down. Gu Yanran smoothed her hair and smiled at him seductively. Xian, I really admire your abilities. You shouldn't be a shady person. I don't care. As long as I can be by your side, I'm willing to do anything. Yi Xian looked at Gu Yanran passionately. She was his goddess and his salvation. She had saved his life and become his spiritual support. It was impossible for him to leave her. Gu Yanran shook her head. Xian, I want to train you and make you the most capable person under me. Our relationship will hinder you in the future. I don't care, but I do. Gu Yanran's chest rose and fell. and her face flushed. Xian, are you not going to listen to me anymore? Yi Xian couldn't resist Gu Yanran's words. He held his head with both hands and struggled in pain for a long time before finally nodding. He half knelt in front of Gu Yanran and kissed the back of her hand. As you wish, Your Majesty. He knew that this meant they couldn't maintain this physical relationship anymore. After finally persuading Yi Xian, Gu Yanran finally said to him, Okay, where do you live? I'll introduce my sister to you in 2 days. Your sister? Yi Xian was confused. Your sister was found? Yes, I found her. She's already 18 years old and so beautiful. Even if you saw her in person, you wouldn't be able to recognize her as my sister. Gu Yanran made a face at him. I heard my sister is also a genius. You two might have a common language. That fat and spoiled girl. Yi Xian snorted. Who wants to have a common language with her? Gu Yanran smiled, but didn't say anything. Xiaoheng drove Gu Yinji back to school. He parked the car in the temporary parking lot in front of her dorm building and waited for her to get her bag so they could study together. This kind of experience was quite novel for Xiaoheng. He had enlisted not long after entering university, and most of his credits were self-study. His time at school was limited. Now that he was going to study with Gu Yinji, it was like reliving his university days. They arrived at a school by the lake in B University. It was around 11 a.m. on a Sunday, so there were fewer people in the school building. Gu Yinji found an empty classroom and walked in with Xiaoheng. This is the classroom where we law students take our classes. Gu Yinji pointed at the podium. Professor, he has a class here once a month, and it's always packed. Xiaoheng smiled and didn't say anything else. He picked up his phone and began to deal with work. Gu Yinji took out her laptop and began to do her own work. The number of students in the classroom gradually increased, and curious gazes kept looking at where Gu Yinji and Xiaoheng were sitting. The dainty and quick-witted young girl and the breathtakingly handsome mature man sat side by side. Although the two of them did not speak much, they would occasionally raise their eyes to look at each other. That kind of tacit understanding was like a wall, isolating others from the outside, and only the two of them within the wall. They had to show off their affection during a Sunday self-study session. That was enough. More and more eyes were looking at them, and they were getting hotter and hotter. Gu Yinji was the first to lose it. She hurriedly turned off her computer and whispered to Xiaoheng, Xiao, can we go now? Xiaoheng looked up at her and said slowly, You don't want to study anymore? Gu Yinji was speechless. Her face hurt. What should she do? This was the first 3,000-word update, a reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be an additional update at 7 p.m. Chapter 552. The students in the classroom all looked at them like searchlights. Gu Yinji couldn't take it anymore and quietly admitted defeat to Xiaoheng. Xiao, I was wrong. Can we go now? Wrong? What did you do wrong? Xiaoheng sat there motionlessly and averted his gaze. He didn't look in Gu Yinji's direction, but kept watching her from the corner of his eye. Gu Yinji thought about it. She admitted her mistake too quickly. Was she really wrong? She just wanted to try dating like a normal classmate. But after trying, she realized it really wasn't suitable. Because Xiao wasn't a normal classmate, it was a huge mistake for her to use normal dating standards to measure him. How could she be so greedy when both ends of the sugar cane were sweet? Gu Yinji's mind raced, and she already understood that she was indeed wrong. Xiao. Gu Yinji tugged at the corner of Xiaoheng's shirt under the desk, her expression timid. I shouldn't have made such a request. I won't do it again. Xiaoheng looked over calmly and held her hand. There's no should, only willingness. Gu Yinji's heart warmed, and she glanced at him. Since when did Xiao become so good at talking? Didn't I know how to talk before? Xiaoheng stood up and put his phone back in his pocket as he helped Gu Yinji carry her bag. The past is different from now. Gu Yinji smiled as she put her laptop in her bag and carried it on her back before walking out with Xiaoheng. It was already evening when they returned to Gu Yinji's dorm. Xiaoheng walked her out of the car and patted her shoulder in front of the building, wait for me to come back. Gu Nianji nodded. Take care, Hua Xiao. Look for Big Xiong if you need anything. Hua Xiaoheng reminded her. Little Zay will go with me. Don't contact him either. Gu Nianji knew they were on a mission, and any interference that wasn't part of the plan would cause immeasurable damage. To Gu Nianji, this was especially important. She didn't want to cause trouble for Hua Xiaoheng, so no matter how important it was, she wouldn't disturb him while he was on duty. I'll wait for you to come back. Gu Nianji ignored the people walking in front of the dorm and tiptoed to kiss Hua Xiaoheng's cheek. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her back. Let's go back to the dorm. Gu Nianji walked towards the entrance of the dormitory building. When she reached the elevator, she turned around to see Hua Xiaoheng still standing in front of the car in front of the building, quietly watching her. She couldn't help but turn around and walk out to stand in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, why aren't you getting the car? I'll watch you go in. Hua Xiaoheng stroked the hair on her forehead. His deep gaze gradually softened. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. Good girl. Gu Nianji hugged Hua Xiaoheng's waist and leaned against his chest to listen to his steady and powerful heartbeat. She told herself to be brave, to be independent, and to wait for him to come back. After a long time, she looked up and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she had already calmed down. I'm going up. Hua Xiao, you should go back too. Give me a call when you get back. Okay, then I'll be leaving. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch and realized that it was almost time. He had to hurry back to the base and bring his equipment and identification. He still had time to rush to the airport. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hesitate anymore. He turned around and got into the car. He waved at Gu Nianji and quickly drove away. In the end, Gu Nianji stood in front of the dormitory building and watched him leave. Gu Nianji didn't return to the dormitory until she could no longer see Hua Xiaoheng's car. They hadn't even truly separated yet, but she was already starting to miss him so much. Gu Nianji hit her head and warned herself not to get too obsessed. Hua Xiao had a job, and so did she. She couldn't keep thinking about love. It was too much of a hindrance. But things like love weren't like a faucet that could be turned on and off as one pleased. Not being able to control yourself was the normal state of a relationship. Opening the dormitory door, she saw Ma Chi-Chi walk out of her room with her hair dripping wet. Huh, Nianji is back. Why do you look so down? Ma Chi-Chi looked at Gu Nianji carefully. Are you unhappy about something? Gu Nianji touched her face. Is it that obvious? Of course. I'm just short of writing the words I'm depressed on my face. Ma Chi-Chi giggled as she gestured at her face. Tell me, what are you unhappy about? Just tell me. I'm your caring sister, and I can help you analyze it. Gu Nianji pushed her away with a smile. Fine, go dry your hair. Be careful not to catch a cold. I'm fine. I just have too much homework. I'm tired. Ma Chi-Chi finally saw Gu Nianji carrying her laptop bag and school bag. She gasped and exclaimed exaggeratedly. You're going to study on a Sunday? Nianji, you're amazing. You're demonstrating what it means to be smarter than you and work harder than you. How do you expect us mediocre people to live? How do we live? You're exaggerating. Aren't you living well? Gu Nianji teased her for a bit before entering her room and closing the door. Ma Chi-Chi also quickly returned to her room to dry her hair. She had a date with a senior who was interested in her that night. They were going to watch the Moscow National Ballet's ballet in the lecture hall on campus. This time, it was her favorite, the Nutcracker. She had to savor it. Gu Nianji returned to her room, took out her laptop, and continued her homework. Once she was immersed in her studies, her mind was free of distractions. Time passed especially quickly. When she finally finished her thesis, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. At that time, Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Lianze were already on a plane to the United States. He and Zhao Lianze were already in disguise. Of course, their documents were fake, but their visas were real. Hua Xiaoheng also put on a disguise. His nose was already very straight, but now it was padded even higher. It looked very out of place, and his attractiveness was greatly reduced. Both sides of his lower jaw were padded to form a square face. He also wore black-rimmed glasses with special functions. At first glance, He looked like a very ordinary IT engineer. Even Gu Ninji might not recognize him if she stood in front of him. Zhao Yangzi was also in disguise. He also wore black-rimmed glasses with special functions. His nose was a little flat, and the corners of his mouth were always drooping. He was especially talkative. The two of them sat in economy class on an international flight. They were like ordinary people and did not stand out at all. They were now employees of a private company in the Huaxia Empire in New York. They had L1 visas for senior employees of a multinational company. After a full 12 hours of flight, it was past 7 o'clock at night when they arrived in New York. When they came out of customs, the employee of the private company who had come to pick them up held a large sign and stood at the exit. Zhao Yangzi saw the sign and tugged at Hua Xiaoheng's sleeve. "Hua Xiao, this way." Hua Xiaoheng walked over with him. A middle-aged woman in her 40s came to pick them up. She asked curiously, "Are you Mr. Hua and Mr. Zhao?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Excuse me, where will we be staying today? We've already booked the Hilton Hotel for you. You can stay there for a few days until the company finds a good place for you to move." The middle-aged woman was very talkative. She talked nonstop about the company's situation along the way and repeatedly assured them that the company was operating well and making a lot of money. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi listened to her attentively and occasionally interjected. The middle-aged woman was actually also a member of the Special Operations Forces. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent to pick Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi up. She only knew that the two of them were colleagues from the Special Operations Forces. Because Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi had already altered their appearances, she didn't know their true identities. "You can rest assured and stay here. We'll talk about anything else tomorrow." The woman smiled and gave them some instructions before leaving the hotel. After she left, Zhao Yangzi set up all the equipment. He first checked if the room was safe, as usual, and if there were any listening devices. Then he closed the curtains and made plans for the next day. "Hua Xiao, someone will come over tomorrow to take us to Tan Gairen's dormitory at Juilliard." Zhao Yangzi reported the next day's schedule to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "Hurry up and go to bed. We have a field survey tomorrow. You must be careful." It was the second night. Just a reminder, there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 553. Zhao Yangzi packed his things and went back to his room to sleep. Although Hua Xiaoheng said to sleep early and wake up early, they didn't sleep much because of the time difference and woke up at 4 or 5 in the morning the next day. They showered in their respective rooms and went downstairs to find something to eat, only to realize that the other had woken up as well. Zhao Yangzi smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. "Biological clocks are scary. I can't believe I still have to deal with jet lag." "It's okay. I wake up early in the Huaxia Empire anyway," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. He walked to Zhao Yangzi's side and whispered, "Bring your things. We're going to the crime scene with little Zhao from the detective agency today." They had come to the United States on L1 visas as IT engineers. However, they were now employees of a Chinese detective agency in New York. Tan Gairen was Chinese. Although her case had been filed by the local police, the case had progressed very slowly because she had never been found and because she wasn't an American citizen. Furthermore, the local American police force was inefficient, and the quality of their personnel varied. Almost no one really tried to investigate her whereabouts. It had been 6 days since she disappeared. Generally speaking, the first 24 hours of a disappearance was the golden period. If the missing person couldn't be found within the first 24 hours, it was probably a disaster. It was also because of their special status this time that the Tan family was able to secretly send the most outstanding Special Operations Forces personnel from the Huaxia Empire to the United States to investigate the case after 24 hours. And the news that Tan Gairen's father, Tan Dongbang, was a popular candidate for the Huaxia Empire's prime minister election had just reached the United States through certain channels. At 6 in the morning, the entrance of the police station on the Upper West Side of Manhattan was filled with media and all kinds of onlookers. The police officers who drove their own cars to work and the normal police officers who drove police cars to work were shocked by the scene. What happened? Did a celebrity use drugs? Or another celebrity stealing from a store? The confused police officers got out of their respective cars and whispered to each other, exchanging opinions. Their police station was located in one of the wealthiest areas in New York City and even the United States. Tycoons from all over the world lived there, and many Hollywood celebrities also had their own houses there. The cases that the police here often investigated were either celebrities or tycoons committing petty thefts in stores for the thrill of it, or a certain celebrity or tycoon who had drunk too much and was sent to the hospital by a police car or ambulance. But these things happened almost every day. What was so special about it that could attract so many media outlets? The police glanced at the equipment in the hands of the media and found that there were even signs of ABC, NBC, and CBS, cable networks such as CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News. There were also traditional print media, such as the Washington Post and the New York Times. There were even people from social media, such as Twitter and Facebook, who had sent people to watch over the area. Seeing that the police had come to work, the media, who had been waiting for the whole morning, swarmed up and handed the microphones to the police officers or officials. A series of questions were thrown at them. "Excuse me, officer, do you know that the daughter of one of the candidates for the Prime Minister of the Huaxia Empire has gone missing in your police district?" The person who asked this was a reporter from the Washington Post. This old print media had started off by exposing President Richard Nixon's Watergate scandal. Back then, the female boss of the newspaper had stood her ground and supported her reporters to follow up on the Watergate scandal. She had withstood all kinds of obstacles from the government and finally forced the sitting president to resign or be impeached by the grand jury. Only they had this kind of political sensitivity. They had also just received news that Tan Gaoren, the daughter of the most popular candidate for the Huaxia Empire's prime minister this year, had mysteriously disappeared from Juilliard. Although she had been missing for 6 days, they had just received news that the missing girl's identity was not ordinary. They had originally thought that they had an exclusive, but when they arrived at the entrance of the Upper West Side police station in New York, they realized that the informant had probably leaked the news to all the major American media outlets. "Excuse me, madam, did you go to Juilliard to investigate? I heard that she disappeared directly from her dormitory. Did you guys launch an investigation on such a strange thing?" The person who asked this was a CNN reporter who was famous for creating big news. In order to create big news, they didn't even hesitate to fabricate fake news to attract attention. The citizens of the Huaxia Empire once had a saying, "You can't be too CNN." Although the police officers in the Upper West Side Manhattan police station were not very well educated, they were still fans of television dramas. In the face of such a large number of media outlets, their vigilance and sensitivity developed from watching CSI, crime scene reports, for many years was revealed. "Sorry, no comment. Please move aside. Don't obstruct the police during normal business hours. Please move beyond the yellow line. Anyone who crosses the line will be arrested for obstructing police work." A series of orders came from the chief of the police station, and the surrounding media immediately retreated. The police officers finally managed to squeeze into their own offices with great difficulty before they happily discussed the grand event outside in 2s and 3s. Only the chief of police had a dark expression. He walked into his office and took the internal phone to call in a few sergeants and public relations personnel for questioning. "What the hell is going on outside? Why are there so many reporters? Even the X-Files is out. Did they grow up eating sh** tea?" Police Chief Carmo roared, his voice shaking the entire room. He was a white Latino man in his late 50s. He was short, and his fat belly was protruding like a ball. His belt was about to burst. The sergeants and public relations personnel looked at each other and took out the prepared documents to report to Chief Carmo. Carmo listened for a long time, his expression unreadable. After a while, he took out a thin booklet from the files on the table and patted it with his chubby hands. He frowned and said, "Your little Zhao told me that the girl from Juilliard who was reported missing a few days ago is the daughter of the Huaxia Empire's prime minister? Not the prime minister, but a candidate for the prime minister's position. However, I heard that she is a popular candidate and has very high poll numbers. The police public relations personnel carefully corrected Chief Carmo and added, I only found out about it after reading the news online. Boom! Chief Carmo slammed his fist on the desk, causing the coffee cup on the desk to jump up. The brown coffee instantly spilled all over the desk. However, he didn't care at all and said word by word, what the hell is going on with that case? I remember someone telling me that the girl might have run away from home on her own. How did it become missing in the dormitory? Chief, running away from home is one of the reasons for her disappearance in the dormitory. It's not contradictory. Sergeant A was a little displeased. He was the main investigator of this case, and he really didn't expect an ordinary foreign student to have such a powerful background. In the past, when there were children of politicians from other countries living in their district, they would always inform them, and they would also give special protection to their residences. However, this girl had lived in their district for 3 years, and no one had ever told them that she was the daughter of a Xia Empire politician. How would we know if they didn't tell us? Sergeant B muttered and pouted. Her father was only a minister of the Ministry of Justice before this. He wasn't important enough for us to pay special attention to. Yes, her father just announced his candidacy not long ago. Sergeant C loved to watch House of Cards and was very interested in the bloodshed of the political elite. He said excitedly, could it be an internal conflict between their country's candidates? That we were just implicated? Yes, yes. This kind of thing happens a lot. When our country was electing a president a while ago, didn't the candidate from both sides fight fiercely? It's not like kidnappings and murders have never happened before. Sergeant A became excited. He really didn't want to admit that this happened because there was a problem with public security in his district. This was related to his year-end bonus, so he couldn't let anything go wrong. If they could elevate a criminal case to a political issue, then both sides wouldn't have to take responsibility. Of course, the American government couldn't punish their own police because of a foreigner's political disappearance. At the same time, the people of the Xia Empire couldn't punish the American police because of their own internal conflict. Once Sergeant Carmo heard this, his small eyes narrowed. He sat on the swivel chair and spun around, causing the pitiful swivel chair to squeak. It was as if he was going to torture it to pieces in the next second. Do you have evidence to say that the disappearance was caused by internal conflict between their country's people? Sergeant Carmo thought for a long time and asked thoughtfully while rubbing his furry cheeks. Evidence? Sergeant A shut up. If his imagination could be used as evidence, he could talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Unfortunately, he couldn't. If you don't have any evidence, then why are you talking about internal conflict between other countries? Do you think everyone else is as stupid as you? Sergeant Carmo was so angry that he threw all the files at Sergeant A's face. You idiot! Hurry up and get to work. Go to Juilliard immediately to collect evidence again. Lock down her dormitory. At the same time, inform the media that we will be holding press conferences every day. Announce the progress of the case. The public relations officer at the police station was overjoyed. Great! With press conferences every day, this case will be known throughout the United States, no, the world. She would be able to fight for more exposure and become famous. Then she wouldn't have to deal with this group of uneducated people in this small police station. She was only 30 years old. In the future, she could still make a name for herself in the media industry. Sergeant B and Sergeant C wished they could tape their mouths shut. They didn't care about this kind of exposure. Only Sergeant A picked up the scattered coffee-spilled files from the floor, tidied them up, and placed them on Sergeant Carmo's desk. He stood at attention and said, "Yes, sir, Sergeant." After leaving the Sergeant Chief's office, Sergeant A brought a few of his agents out the back door and drove the police car to Juilliard with its flashing lights. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi had already followed little Zhao from the Manhattan Chinese Detective Agency to Tangiron's dormitory. This was the first 3,000-word update. a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. Mwah. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 554. Although Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi were not police detectives, as members of the special forces, they still had basic criminal investigation training. They followed Xiao Zhao from the detective agency to Tan Gairen's dormitory. There wasn't even a seal on the door, nor was there a yellow line warning. The door was unlatched, as if anyone could enter or come out at any moment. Hua Xiaoheng covered his mouth with his hand and coughed. He asked Xiao Zhao calmly, "Did you report the case or not?" Of course she did. The Tans have a relative in New York who keeps in touch with Miss Tan. This time he called and texted Miss Tan, but Miss Tan didn't reply. He was worried, so he came to check on her, but he couldn't knock on her door. I asked her classmate next door and found out that she hasn't come out for 2 days and didn't go to class. Xiao Zhao sighed and shook his head. I've seen the photos. She's a very beautiful girl. She looks like a little fairy. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. So when you discovered she was missing, she hadn't appeared for 2 days? In that case, wouldn't Tan Gairen's disappearance be delayed by 2 days? In other words, she had been missing for 8 days, not 6. Xiao Zhao awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Maybe. We only got the news 2 days ago that the country is sending people over to follow this case. If it weren't for the fact that Tan Gairen's father, Tan Dongbang, had become a popular candidate for the prime minister election this time, Tan Gairen's case wouldn't have received so much attention in the country." Zhao Yangzi quietly took out a device and scanned the area. There were no hidden listening devices, but there was a camera in the corner of the hallway. It was probably monitoring the dormitory hallway. Zhao Yangzi looked at the camera and tugged at Hua Xiaoheng's arm, showing him only where the camera was. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at it casually and walked a few steps towards the camera. "By the way, little Zhao, how did you determine that she went missing in the house?" Zhao Yangzi put away the equipment and asked the question on both his and Hua Xiaoheng's minds. If it was because she had not contacted him for 2 days, then how could he conclude that she had gone missing in the dormitory? Xiao Zhao saw what Hua Xiaoheng was doing and quickly said, "You guys noticed too, right? There were cameras over there that monitored the corridor 24 hours a day. The police found evidence from the surveillance video that Miss Tan never came out after she entered the dormitory. Then her relatives called the police. The police took the school's spare key and opened the door. They found no one in the house. When Hua Xiaoheng heard what Xiao Zhao said, he walked back and said, 'Then can we go in and take a look?' 'That's right.' Xiao Zhao enthusiastically pushed open Tan Gairen's dorm door and invited Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi in. Hua Xiaoheng looked into the house from the door. It was a very narrow single dormitory, about 10 square meters or so. There was a twin-size single bed against the wall. The bed was covered with clean, pinstripe sheets, and there were a few furry teddy bear dolls. There was also a unique yellow floral clock hanging on the wall next to the bed. The time on the clock was in the direction of 8 o'clock. Directly opposite the door was a window, and under the window was a desk. The laptop on the desk was already black. Opposite the bed was a simple and elegant dressing table. The wallpaper on the room's walls was very old. It used to be a rose pattern, but the color had faded, giving it a decadent beauty. Every inch of the room showed the historical style of the nearly 100-year-old school. There was also a small storage room that had been converted into a walk-in closet. Walking in, they saw the luxury that contrasted with the simplicity of the outside. A few Hermes bucket bags were on the rack, and a few pairs of Stuart Weitzman boots were messily placed. The dresses and trousers hanging on the hangers were all famous brands. Tan Gairen's rich and respectable status could only be seen from this walk-in closet. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the walk-in closet and walked away, leaving Zhao Yangzi to take pictures of every corner of the place. Xiao Zhao from a detective agency took Hua Xiaoheng around Tan Gairen's dorm and gestured. "There's only so much space here. It's a square room. Where do you think she could have gone? Did she disappear into thin air?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak. He walked to the window and carefully examined it. The window was sealed. In order to install central air conditioning in old houses like the United States, many windows had to be sealed. Otherwise, they would have to replace all the windows with new ones, which would cost a lot of money. Juilliard definitely didn't want to or couldn't afford the money, so the windows were sealed. Sealing the window had an advantage for this case. It could eliminate the possibility of Tan Gairan leaving through the window. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the window for a while and reached out with a transparent glove. He gently wiped the beam of the window and left a finger mark there. There was a lot of dust on the window, which proved that no one had touched it. He turned around and walked around the room again, but still didn't see any signs of struggle. Could it be that people really disappeared into thin air here? This was simply too inconceivable. But when he thought about how the mysterious magnetic field had appeared, it didn't seem too strange. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and rubbed his chin beside the door in deep thought. Zhao Yangzi had already taken out a professional high-resolution camera and video camera to take pictures of the entire place. He didn't even miss the tiny bathroom. The three of them had just finished their investigation when loud footsteps and shouts came from the door. "Move, move. The police are here. This place needs to be cleared. Unrelated people, please leave." "Huh? Why is the door here open? Did someone go in?" As they spoke, a burly police officer pushed open the door to Tan Gairan's room and was shocked to see three Asians standing in her room. "Who are you? How can you be at a crime scene?" The police officer's expression immediately changed as he yelled at them. Little Zhao from a detective agency immediately walked over and took out his ID and business card. "Hello, I am an employee of a detective agency hired by the parents of the missing Miss Tan. We are here to search for clues according to the law." The police officer's expression softened when he heard that they were hired by Tan Gairan's parents, but he still waved his arms like he was shooing away chickens. "Go, go. This place will be sealed from today onwards. Don't get involved in a police case. The police are actually sealing this place." Little Zhao also found it strange. How many days had it been? They were only sealing it today. Didn't they think it was too late? The police officer blushed at the question and pretended not to understand little Zhao's meaning. He said loudly, "We have a new clue, so we have to reinvestigate the case." "A new clue? What new clue? Can you explain it briefly?" Little Zhao immediately chased after the police officer. "I was hired by Miss Tan's parents, so I have the right to know your new clue." What new clue did the police have? They were just casually chasing them away. The only clue they had was the discovery that Tan Gairan's parents were newly rich in the Huaxia Empire. "I can't share the police information with you right now. If you want to know the specifics, watch the press conference tomorrow." Officer A walked in with his belly bulging, followed by a group of new police officers who had just enrolled in the police academy. He raised his arm and ordered, "Go into the room and look for clues carefully. Find them even if you have to dig through the room." The police officers swarmed in and immediately filled the room. Hua Xiaoheng, Zhao Yangzi, and little Zhao from the detective agency immediately retreated. Looking at the police officers running around like headless flies, the originally tidy dormitory instantly became dirty and messy. Little Zhao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and whisper, "Are we going to find any clues like this?" Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi thought the same, but they didn't say anything. They just quietly watched the police officers mess around in Tan Gairan's dorm. After more than 10 minutes, when there was nothing left to do, Officer A finally waved for them to come out. At the same time, he put a seal on the door and locked the dorm. Little Zhao walked over to negotiate with him. "Mr. Officer, this place is locked. What if we come back to find evidence? The police are working on a case now, so you don't have to be so busy." Officer A didn't want anyone else to interfere. Little Zhao couldn't be bothered with him and sneered. "We have a power of attorney. Are you sure you want to sue us all the way to the Intermediate Circuit Court?" It was the second night. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 555. Little Zhao's question from the detective agency was very effective in scaring them. Officer A shrank back and hesitated for a while before giving him a key. Take it. Let us know if you find any clues in the future. The detective agency definitely had to maintain a good relationship with the local police. They couldn't afford to fall out with them unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, little Zhao quickly accepted the key happily and left Han Gairen's dorm with Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi. They went to the detective agency little Zhao was in together. There was more professional equipment there, so Zhao Yangzi could develop the photos from earlier. While little Zhao took Zhao Yangzi to develop the photos, Hua Xiaoheng sat alone in the detective agency's office watching the video Zhao Yangzi had just taken of Tan Gairen's dorm and comparing it with the video the detective agency had taken a few days ago. Although he had just walked out of the cramped dorm, he had a different experience watching it now. Perhaps it was because he was looking at things from a different angle, or perhaps the professional high-resolution video camera was more comprehensive than the human eye. Xiaoheng watched the entire video twice and noticed some differences. For example, the sunlight shining in from the window seemed to be darker on some parts of the floor than others. Also, the floral clock on the wall had stopped. That kind of clock didn't have a second or minute hand, and the hour hand was also very hidden. Therefore, it was sometimes possible to see it through videos taken at different times. The video the detective agency had taken a few days ago showed that the floral clock stopped in the 8 o'clock direction, and the video they had taken today showed that it was also 8 o'clock. The video the detective agency had taken a few days ago was taken in the afternoon, and their video was taken around 7 o'clock in the morning. Regardless of the time, it wasn't 8 o'clock. From what he knew, those kinds of clocks usually use button batteries, and a few could be plugged in alternating current. He wondered what the floral clock in Tan Gairen's dorm was powered by. After Hua Xiaoheng finished watching the video, he took out the report written by the military officer from the consulate and read it carefully. After the afternoon, Zhao Yangzi finished developing all the photos and brought them back to the Hilton Hotel with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, look at these photos. Is there anything special? Zhao Yangzi placed all the photos on the living room floor of the hotel where Hua Xiaoheng was staying and reorganized Tan Gairen's dormitory room according to the directions of north, south, east, and west. Hua Xiaoheng clasped his hands behind his back and stood at the edge of the photo. His eyes were calm, and he didn't say a word. He recalled the report written by the military officer. It specifically mentioned the problem of magnetic fields. The whole thing was quite coincidental. This military officer had originally gone to the crime scene to do a routine inspection as a military officer of the consulate, not as a member of the Special Operations Forces. In the end, one of the people who went that day happened to have a device that could indirectly detect magnetic fields. When a military officer saw the magnetic field data, he immediately became vigilant. He immediately went back to get professional equipment to record the abnormal magnetic field data in Tan Gairen's dorm room. Not long after he finished recording, the strange magnetic field disappeared. Hua Xiaoheng didn't look at the magnetic field data in detail. Instead, he was wondering why this magnetic field would appear. Why did it disappear? This was probably the key to Tan Gairen's case. This was because every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by some unexpected phenomena, or in other words, it would be accompanied by some inexplicable phenomena. The first time was 17 years ago, when Hua Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining, and grandfather, Song Haichuan, were conducting a secret experiment with the military. The experiment failed, and this magnetic field appeared for the first time. The second time was 7 years ago. This strange magnetic field appeared at a busy intersection in Sea City. He was ordered to protect the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics by Jin Xian, who was there to collect data. It was there that they saw a car suddenly rush into the magnetic field and explode. He rescued a 12-year-old girl from inside, Gu Nianji, who was carrying a small backpack. The third time was in the middle of last year, when a special magnetic field appeared in the Somali waters of the Gulf of Aden. At the time, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, by Jin Xian, who hadn't been imprisoned yet, personally led a team to those waters to collect data. At that time, several countries on Blue Planet sent research ships to the Gulf of Aden and the Somali waters to investigate. According to Baijin Xian, some countries even sent nuclear submarines. The fourth time was this time. Tan Guirin disappeared in her dorm room, and then they collected the magnetic field data. Was it really such a coincidence? Well, Xiaoheng wasn't a scientist. He was a soldier, and not just any soldier. He was a soldier from the Special Operations Forces carrying out a special mission. In this profession, people were born with a sense of skepticism. They even had to assume that every seemingly impossible event was a conspiracy. The Special Operations Forces also abided by this principle. Many things that seemed very mysterious weren't actually mysterious, but simply had a key link to it that they hadn't discovered. Just like magic, when the secret behind a magic trick was unknown, the audience thought they were watching a miracle. But when the secret behind a magic trick was exposed, it was just a normal smokescreen. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze fell on the photos again. He had a feeling that Tan Guirin's case was covered with many smokescreens. Someone was trying to hide their true motives. So finding the motive would help them find Tan Guirin. Zhao Yangzi listened to Hua Xiaoheng's analysis and shook his head. Hua Xiao, do you really think Tan Guirin is still alive? I don't know if she's alive or dead, and I don't need to know. I just want to find Tan Guirin, whether she's dead or alive. Hua Xiaoheng analyzed calmly and pointed at a photo. Look at this wall clock. It stopped in the 8:00 direction. Then look at the angle at which the sun shines into the dorm room. Isn't it interesting? Zhao Yangzi looked over and nodded after a long time. He said thoughtfully, it does seem interesting. From the photo, Tan Guirin's dorm room window faced south. The sun only shone in the morning, and as the sun gradually set in the west, it couldn't reach her. Little Zay, can you use software to analyze the angle at which the sun shines into Tan Guirin's room at 8:00 in the morning? Hua Xiaoheng picked up the two photos and placed them in Zhao Yangzi's hands. This request required the combination of imaging software and data analysis software. It wasn't a difficult task for Zhao Yangzi. After a few days of thinking, he finally came up with a new program that could run both imaging and data analysis in parallel. He inputted the photos of Tan Guirin's dorm one by one, then quantized the photos and converted them into a three-dimensional image. Tan Guirin's dorm room became three-dimensional on his computer screen. Hua Xiaoheng stood behind him and watched him adjust the data, slowly matching the time and angle of the sunlight. On the clear laptop screen, a girl's dorm room appeared. The curtains were slowly pulled open, and the 8:00 sun shone in. The software simulated the direction in which the sunlight would shine into the room and finally stopped at a point in the middle of the room's floor. Hua Xiaoheng made a sound of surprise. What's on the floor? Zhao Yangzi squinted and looked carefully. He even enlarged the image of the floor to increase the resolution. It looks like a pattern, Zhao Yangzi said uncertainly. It looks strange, like a vine. It twists and turns. More accurately, the pattern was an oval with a vine edge. Under the sunlight, the green light flashed slightly. Soon, the pattern disappeared because the direction of the sunlight had shifted. It was no longer the 8:00 sun. This was a pattern that would only appear at a specific time and place. What did it mean? Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and stood behind Zhao Yangzi. He smiled. Interesting. Is this a battle of wits with us? Zhao Yangzi was also speechless. He shook his head. Who would be so bored? Kidnapping was kidnapping, but leaving behind so many clues. Were they trying to go to heaven? Are they afraid that others won't know? Maybe they're confident that others won't find it. Hua Xiaoheng used a declarative tone. His expression was cold. But since they left clues, they must have a request. Let's see who's more patient. What should we do? Zhao Yangzi frowned. It's already been 8 days. Is it possible that Miss Tan is dead? Her family should know what's going on. Hua Xiaoheng sighed. They were all citizens of the Huaxia Empire, but they had suffered such an unexpected disaster overseas. He felt bad. We should have brought her back a long time ago, or informed the consulate and police here to give her special protection. Zhao Yangzi nodded sympathetically. We'll do our best. What did the Special Operations Forces do? It was to provide special protection to Huaxiao Empire citizens overseas. When Huaxiao Empire citizens encountered trouble overseas and the embassy couldn't help, it was time for the Special Operations Forces to make a move. The two of them stayed put and waited to see what the other party would do. The police station on the Upper West Side of Manhattan had been in the limelight for the past few days. They held a daily press conference to inform the media and the public of the progress of the case. Although they hadn't found any new clues, they bragged about their situation every day and shouted to the kidnappers. At the same time, they asked the public to call them if they had any clues. They announced the hotline number and the $100,000 reward offered by the Tan family. Huaxiaoing hadn't been idle these days either. He wandered around Juilliard every day to see if there were any suspicious people around the school. This went on for half a month. The Tan family was almost in despair, but Huaxiaoing was unperturbed. He took the opportunity to organize the Special Operations Forces in North America, rotated the personnel, and re-established a branch base in North America. This branch was, of course, hidden in the city. It was located in New York, the most prosperous city in the United States. New York was a city that prided itself on freedom. It was the easiest place to set up a branch base here. It was mid-June, and the weather was getting hotter. Gunyinji walked out of the dormitory. As soon as she stepped out into the sun, the coolness from walking out of the air-conditioned room was gone. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and looked at the scorching sun in the sky. She thought about Huaxiaoing, who she hadn't heard from for more than half a month. She missed him everywhere. No matter what she saw, she could think of him. He had disappeared for so long this time. Was his mission very troublesome? This was the first 3,000-word update, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. Moi. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 556. Gunyinji went to the library to research and write her thesis. Her neck was sore from sitting all afternoon. She rubbed her eyes and got up to pack her things to go back for dinner when she heard two girls whispering to each other not far away. Oh my God, is this true? Minister Tan's daughter went missing in the United States? She must have been kidnapped, right? It's been more than half a month, and they still haven't found her. What are the American police doing? Exactly. Where are the legendary, omnipotent American police? The FBI? Captain America? He. The two girls laughed, and their voices gradually grew louder. It wasn't until the library manager came over and knocked on their table that they covered their mouths and made a shushing expression. Gunyinji put on her backpack and remembered the trending news she saw on social media. She immediately understood what the two girls were talking about. It was about the disappearance of Tan Dongbang's daughter, one of the most popular candidates for prime minister. Social media was full of all kinds of news. The police department in Manhattan, New York, was acting like they were in a soap opera. They held a press conference every day and had a lot of fun adding to their own drama. Gunyinji almost rolled her eyes 180 times in her heart. Walking out of the library, Gunyinji looked at the gradually setting sun and recalled the last time she saw Huaxiaoing. The last time he accompanied her to study at school. Gunyinji's lips curved into an extremely gentle smile. She had already taken out her phone and thought about it for a while before finally calling in Xixiang. Brother Xiong. Gunyinji's voice was soft and carried the innocence of a young girl. In Xixiang answered and turned his office chair in satisfaction. Ninji, what are you looking for Brother Xiong for? Do you want to come to the base? You haven't been here in a long time. It seemed like Gunyinji hadn't been to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base ever since Huaxiaoing left. Although Huaxiaoing told her to stay at his official residence when she was free before he left, Gunyinji still didn't go. Because Huaxiaoing wasn't there, what was the point of her going? Also, it wasn't a normal place, so Gunyinji consciously avoided suspicion. Gunyinji smiled and said, I miss you guys too. I'll go when Huaxiao and Brother Zhe come back. She hesitated before asking, Brother Xiong, Huaxiao, when will he be back? That's hard to say. If he's fast, he'll be back tomorrow. If he's slow, it'll be a few months, maybe half a year. In Shixiang was vague and didn't want to give Gun Yinji a definite answer. Gun Yinji actually knew that this was their discipline and couldn't be told to outsiders. Even if she was Hua Xiaoheng's family, she couldn't know about these things. She understood, but the worry in her heart only increased. Brother Xiong, are Hua Xiao and the others safe? Gun Yinji asked In Shixiang as she walked. Did he call back? Did you ask about me? She really wanted to know how Hua Xiaoheng was doing. In Shixiang was a little embarrassed and said, About that, it should be safe, right? With Major General Hua around, how could it not be safe? Phone number? No, he didn't call back. Hua Xiaoheng really hadn't called back. After he and Zhao Liangzi went out this time, they hadn't contacted the base even once. He heard that the Special Operations Forces in North America were reorganizing, so In Shixiang was temporarily relieved. However, he could hear the longing in Gun Yinji's voice. She was only an 18-year-old girl after all, so it would be strange if she wasn't worried when her lover suddenly disappeared. However, In Shixiang really couldn't reveal any information. After thinking about it for a long time, In Shixiang said subtly, their current job is to help others. There are so many Huaxia citizens abroad, so they have to help when something big happens. Gun Yinji understood from In Shixiang that something had happened to a Huaxia citizen abroad, so Hua Xiaoheng had to go personally. How high was the rank of the person and the matter for Hua Xiaoheng to personally go? Gun Yinji muttered and suddenly thought of the recent trending topics on social media. The daughter of the popular prime minister candidate, Minister Tan Dongbang, had disappeared and been kidnapped in the United States. Could it be that Hua Xiaoheng had gone to the United States to deal with this? Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly said, Brother Xiong, Hua Xiao is in New York, right? It's almost summer vacation, so I want to go to New York to play. In Shixiang didn't expect Gun Yinji to guess where Hua Xiaoheng was and what he was doing so quickly, so he could only change the topic. New York? That's not a good idea. Let's go next time. Why go now? To cause trouble? This was indirectly confirming Gun Yinji's speculation. Hua Xiaoheng was in New York now, and he was probably going there because of Minister Tan's daughter. Knowing that Hua Xiaoheng was in New York, Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief. She was actually quite afraid that Hua Xiaoheng was on a mission in some war-torn country. In a place like that, no matter who you were, you had to risk your life to make a living. If it was in the United States, it would be much better. After all, there was still a legal system, a government, and a stable society. Knowing that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't in danger, Gun Yinji's mood instantly improved. She hung up and almost hummed as she walked briskly back to the dormitory. After eating dinner with Ma Chi-Chi, Gun Yinji returned to her room to do the final touches on her thesis. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was He Zhichu calling. Gun Yinji swiped the phone open and took it with a smile. Professor He, what's up? He Zhichu sat on the sofa, one hand holding the mouse as he swiped on his laptop. He dealt with work emails from the American law firm, as he called Gun Yinji, asking if you finished writing your thesis. Tomorrow is due day. He Zhichu clicked through the emails one by one. Seeing that there was nothing special, he asked Gun Yinji, do you want to be my personal assistant and help me deal with work emails from my American law firm? Gun Yinji had been his teaching assistant for a while now. She was very smart, so after familiarizing herself with teaching assistant work, she quickly got the hang of it. She only needed to spend 7 to 8 hours a week to complete her work. The rest of her time was spent working hard to earn credits, so she could graduate early. He Zhichu saw that she was so eager to learn and learned so quickly, so he wanted to nurture her and prepare her to work as a lawyer in the future. Then I won't be Professor He's personal assistant, but Lawyer He's personal assistant? Gun Yinji tilted her head with a smile. Does that count as credits? It counts as internship credits, and you'll get an official salary. There's insurance and housing. How about that? Are you willing? He Zhichu looked like a seductive fallen angel when he said this. His shimmering, sultry eyes were slightly red, his tall and straight nose was picturesque, and his thin lips were pressed into a straight line. Oh, there's insurance and housing. Gun Yinji was very tempted. Of course. What attracted her even more was that she could familiarize herself with the workflow of a large American law firm in advance. It would be a good foundation for her to enter a large law firm in the future. Yes, if you're willing, I can send you her law firm's contract. It's an official work contract, so it's legally binding. Hijichu put down the mouse and picked up the wine glass on the coffee table. He swirled it around, and the thick red wine turned a deep pomegranate red. He raised the glass and downed it in one gulp. Gunyinji thought about it again and said cautiously, "Then send it to me, Professor He." I don't know if I have that much time. She had enrolled half a year later than her fellow graduate students, so her credits were a semester behind them. Therefore, she had been crazily taking courses for the past 6 months. She wanted to make up for the 6 months she had missed. If you're not sure, you can give it a try first. There's always a probation period when looking for a job, and yours is no exception. Hijichu resumed his business-like tone, and Gunyinji was much more comfortable with it. Okay, I'll give it a try. Gunyinji quickly finished her thesis and sent it to Hijichu. My thesis was just sent to your email. Hijichu switched to his email at B University and saw Gunyinji's thesis. He opened it and said, "I'll send you my work email account and password later. You'll help me with work emails from the American law firm." When she used to do all this, but now that she had gone back, Hijichu thought it would be better for him to find another assistant. This was the second update. A reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 557. Gunyinji looked at the email and password Hijichu sent and hesitated for a few seconds before logging into his account. As soon as she opened the email interface, the dense English text almost blinded her eyes. In that instant, she felt like she was working in an all-English environment. She immediately focused and began reading Hijichu's emails. In the beginning, she only wanted to familiarize herself with Hijichu's work environment and see what kind of emails there were. After a night of reading, she came to a conclusion. No matter what profession, once you stand at the top of the world, money is really easy to earn. Of course, the process of climbing from the bottom to the top of the world is too arduous and difficult. It's the same no matter what profession you are in. So in general, money is not easy to earn. Most of Hijichu's work emails were about large American-listed companies looking for lawyers to draft legal documents and inviting him to be a director on the board of directors. It wasn't the kind with shares, but the kind where he could sit during meetings and receive tens of thousands of dollars every minute. Gunyinji clicked her tongue and logged out of Hijichu's email. She texted him, "Professor He, I'll sign." It was easy to be an assistant like that. It was even easier than being Hijichu's teaching assistant at B University. She didn't think much of it and signed the contract. She scanned it and sent it to Hijichu. Hijichu received the contract and didn't pay much attention to it. He signed it and forwarded it to the American law firm's HR department. He was also one of the law firm's partners and had complete personnel rights. After the HR department received the new contract and entered it into the system, Gunyinji became an employee of the largest law firm in the United States, even though she was only a junior assistant. After receiving confirmation from the other side, Hijichu called Gunyinji again and said to her, "Okay, you're now my assistant. They'll contact you and give you a work email number. Remember to give them your bank account number so they can pay you." American law firms didn't have payroll cards. As long as they gave them a confirmed bank account number, their monthly salary would be automatically transferred. Okay. Gunyinji answered crisply and closed her laptop with a smile. She looked at her watch and saw it was already 11 p.m. "Professor He, you're still awake?" Gunyinji wanted a shower. Hijichu shook his head. "I still have some unfinished business." Gunyinji recalled Hijichu's work email that she had just seen. She leaned against the bathroom door frame and said with a smile, "Your job is so easy. You just go to meetings regularly and use templates to make a few corporate contracts. That's a sky-high income." Hijichu's fee was $50,000 per minute. Yes, that's right. He was charged by the minute. However, there were still many companies that wanted to hire him. He was not short of money, so he did not take on every case. Usually, he would symbolically take on a few cases every month and distribute them to his subordinates in the law firm. He would collect half of the fees, and the other half would be used to pay the lawyers in the law firm. For a lawyer of his status, a 2-minute lawyer's fee was equivalent to the annual salary of a new lawyer. Meetings are very tiring. Don't think that money is easy to earn. The corners of Ijichu's mouth twitched, and his smile disappeared in a flash. I basically don't take on criminal and civil cases. Most of them are corporate law cases. If you want to get busy, I can also try criminal and civil cases. No. Gu Nianji quickly stopped Ijichu. This is good. When I get through this year and have enough credits, you can take on other types. Okay, when you want to do other types, I'll ask them for more. Ijichu was really obedient to her, even when it came to work. Gu Nianji was getting more familiar with him and understood his style of doing things. Of course, she was not as resistant to him as before. Gu Nianji hung up and went to the bathroom to shower and get ready for bed. However, Ijichu was still staring at the darkened phone screen. His expression was as cold as ever, but the occasional twinkle in his peach blossom eyes revealed his inner turmoil. He never thought that he would find her in such a situation. He was silent for a while. Just as he was about to put down the phone, he saw a text message pop up. Achu, your birthday is coming up. Go home. It was a text from his father. Ijichu tightened his grip and turned off the phone as if nothing had happened. He pretended not to see it and also went to bed. He planned to reply to the text tomorrow in case his father found out he was online and called again. Prime Minister candidate Tan Dongbang's daughter, Tan Gairen's disappearance, abduction, in the United States became the hottest news in the Huaxia Empire. Minister of the Interior by Jiansheng had just caught up in the polls, but Tan Dongbang suddenly overtook him by 5 percentage points. This gap was already very large for the later stages of the election. Bai Jianxing knew how to conduct himself. Although he was overtaken and his years of hard work was almost destroyed, he still didn't get angry or act rudely. He praised Tan Dongbang's achievements, and even Tan Dongbang, who viewed him as his greatest rival, couldn't help but admire him. Uncle, are you just going to watch that tan person climb over your head by any means necessary? Bai Shuang defended Bai Jiansheng. You've always been in the lead and supported the entire cabinet. How dare he take advantage of you? He can even use your daughter to help with the election. How shameless. Bai Jiansheng and his eldest daughter, Bai Yueran, looked at each other and smiled. He said to Bai Shuang, "Don't say that. Minister Tan's daughter is in trouble, and everyone feels bad. They didn't want this to happen. I'm afraid it wasn't their intention for this to be exposed." Yes, Shuang, you can say this kind of thing at home, but don't say it out there and make your uncle look bad. Bai Yueran stroked Bai Shuang's shoulder-length hair and said calmly, "Oh right, how has little Zay been lately? Has he contacted you?" Bai Shuang shook her head. "I heard he went on a mission. I haven't heard from him for a month." Bai Yueran pursed her lips. "Oh right, Special Operations Forces missions can't be told to outsiders. I remember now, don't disturb him." "Of course I won't." Bai Shuang nodded sheepishly. She wouldn't tell her cousin that she had texted Zhao Liang's phone last night. She knew he wouldn't reply and couldn't see it, but she couldn't help it. Just touching his phone number and profile picture made her happy. "Yes, Shuang, do you want to go out and work? You gave yourself a long vacation after resigning from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's time for you to settle down, right?" Bai Yueran asked her subtly. She still felt bad for her cousin whose parents had passed away. Bai Shuang was also thinking about this. She rested her chin on the sofa for a while and said, "When little Zay comes back, I'll discuss it with him." Bai Yueran's hand trembled. She stared at Bai Shuang's profile. "You're that close to him? It's all right. We're just good friends." Bai Shuang wanted to laugh, but she held it in. She and Zhao Yangzi were now good friends who could talk about anything. They were like brothers. She believed that she would definitely be able to go one step further in the near future. Bai Yueran looked at her and smiled. "Okay, you can discuss it with him when he comes back." Bai Shuang saw that her uncle and cousin had nothing to say, so she stood up and said, "I'm going down to see Auntie. It's almost time for dinner. I'll call you guys later." "Yes, hurry up. I want to eat fried chicken wings." I don't know if the kitchen has made them yet. Bai Yueran laughed. She was very attractive when she laughed, especially her mouth. Although it looked a little big, it was very sexy when she laughed. Bai Shuang smiled and pinched Bai Yueran's mouth before turning to go downstairs. As soon as Bai Shuang left, Bai Yueran closed the door to the study and asked Bai Jiansheng, "Dad, what do you want to do?" Tan Dongbang was aggressive, so it was impossible for them not to retaliate. However, there was no need to say anything in front of Bai Shuang. Bai Jiansheng's expression didn't change. He still wore his habitual smile and clenched his fists on the desk. His entire aura was unfathomable. "It's nothing. I didn't expect the Tan family to throw caution to the wind." Bai Jiansheng shook his head emotionally. "I underestimated him in the past. However, we can't let him continue to hype up this news. I'm also considering this problem." Bai Yueran sat in front of Bai Jiansheng's desk. "Do you want me to talk to the media?" "No, there's no need." Bai Jiansheng looked at her deeply. "Yueran, I personally taught you. Don't you know that it's better to let it go? It's more important to prevent the public from talking. If we forcefully suppress the news, it will only give the Tan family something to use against us and hype it up again. At that time, the target will be me. His poll will rise again, while mine will continue to fall." Bai Yueran clenched her fists tightly and closed her eyes. "I understand, Father. I won't interfere with the freedom of the media." "That's right." Bai Jiansheng's voice deepened as he said patiently. "However, the public's attention to the hot news is short-lived. It's very simple to reduce the popularity of his news. We just have to use one hot news to cover another." Bai Yueran's heart skipped a beat. "If we're talking about hot news, I did see a piece of news a few days ago. It was also an overseas student from our country. I'm afraid this is even more eye-catching than the Tan Guren incident. However, the student's parents are from a normal family and don't have a prominent status like the Tan family. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for them to maintain their status in the future." "Really? Normal families are also citizens of the Xia Empire. How can we just stand by and watch when they're in trouble?" Bai Jiansheng smiled slowly. "Tell me, what is it?" "It's also a case that happened in Germany." Bai Yueran took out her phone and found the news that had appeared on an inconspicuous website. It's not trending overseas at the moment, because the Tangiran incident is still occupying the headlines of all the major news agencies. Bai Jiansheng glanced at it. "How did you find out?" "I didn't find out. It appeared in a routine report from the Special Operations Forces." Bai Yueran was the director of the Special Operations Forces Legal Department. The Special Operations Forces would have internal reports sent to all officials above the director level every week. This was the first 3,000-word update, a reminder to everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 558. Internal Reference. Bai Jiansheng looked up and nodded. "That's more like it. I don't want to hear anything that shouldn't be told to me." "Why would I?" Bai Yueran waved her hand with a smile. "I won't do anything that violates the rules. Routine reports are internal references, and anyone with a high enough rank in the government can read them." Bai Jiansheng deeply agreed and was very satisfied with his daughter. "Yueran, your future isn't limited to being the head of the legal department of the Special Operations Forces. You know that, so you have to stay clean and take care of yourself." "I know." Bai Yueran's smile disappeared, and she became serious. "Do you think this case can be used?" Bai Jiansheng looked at Bai Yueran's phone again and skimmed through the news. He frowned. "What nonsense is this? 3P. Are you sure this news can be used?" "Of course. This news was reported in the local media in Germany after the incident, so it's not something that needs to be kept secret. But no one in Germany or our country is interested in this news." Bai Yueran sighed softly. "Probably because this female exchange student's family background isn't obvious. If her family background was ordinary, there wouldn't be any follow-up news value. People in the media had better noses than dogs, so there was a type of entertainment news media called paparazzi. Bai Jianxing looked at the inconspicuous news again and finally decided. Okay, we just need to get someone to pay attention to this news. We don't need to make a big deal out of it. As long as they reposted the news as it was, the knowledgeable media would naturally know how to make a big deal out of it. It was only a piece of news, and all they needed was to overwhelm Tan Gairen's incident. At the end of June, all the universities in the Huaxiao Empire began their final exams. As a first-year master's student, Gun Yinji still had to take the exams for the public electives even though she only had to write a thesis. Fortunately, she had a photographic memory, so exams that required examination papers were never difficult for her. However, she still studied late into the night in her dorm because she had too many electives. Even though she had always been a straight-A student, she still needed to put in a certain amount of time and energy. After taking the last public elective, Gun Yinji felt like she had shed a layer of skin. She hadn't felt this strenuous in many years. He had taken 9 public elective courses and 3 specialized courses in 1 semester. He had finally caught up to the number of courses his peers had taken in 2 semesters. She walked out of the exam hall with her backpack and smiled at Ma Chi-Chi, who was beside her. Chi-Chi, where do you want to eat today? It's my treat. Ma Chi-Chi had also just finished her exams and was scrolling through Weibo and WeChat on her phone. She was a social media maniac. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't check it every day. Recently, in order to prepare for the final exams, she had endured not brushing her teeth for 3 days, and her whole body was already feeling unwell. As soon as she finished her last exam today, she couldn't wait to take out her phone to do her social daily. Gun Yinji saw that her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was slightly agape. Her fair little face was flushed red, as though she had seen some incredible news, but it also seemed like she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. What's wrong? What did you see? Gun Yinji leaned over to look. Ma Chi-Chi handed the phone to her and covered her face as she whispered, Look, goodness gracious. International students these days are so open-minded. Open? Gun Yinji was confused. She looked down at the trending news on Weibo. 3P Soul Breaker. A young woman studying abroad lost her life in another country. Gun Yinji was speechless. This news headline was too much of a déjà vu. You didn't go on fake Weibo, did you? Gun Yinji teased Ma Chi-Chi with a half-smile. How could a Weibo full of rich people have this kind of 3 vulgarities trending news? Pfft, you don't know about this. This news has all the elements of trending news. Ma Chi-Chi was just like a veteran Weibo trending news analyst. Look, a young female studying abroad, 3P, lost her life in another country. Rich people are all scrambling for it. Gun Yinji clicked her tongue. I really don't understand you Weibo celebrities. You're clearly the model of 3 vulgarities, but you still want to talk about the elements of trending news. Can't you just admit that you're a normal person? If I'm a normal person, then what are you? Ma Chi-Chi pinched Gun Yinji's little face. You're a refined person? I'm also a normal person. Gun Yinji giggled. I just like the mundane things of the mundane world. She pinched Ma Chi-Chi back as she spoke. The 2 of them played around and watched the news together as they walked back to their dorm. Look, this is what the local prosecutor of the German case said. He said that the Huan nation female studying abroad was having a threesome with a German couple, then went overboard and lost her life. Ma Chi-Chi sighed as she shook her head. How thirsty must they have been? Gun Yinji felt something was off as she listened. What did you say? What prosecutor? Did he really say that? Yes. Ma Chi-Chi read the original article to her. Look, that's what the news said. It said that the German couple turned themselves in and admitted to having a threesome. Gun Yinji suddenly became angry. Isn't this fake news? How can the German prosecutor say something like that to the public? Are they bullying the female studying abroad because she's dead and can't testify? Ma Chi-Chi froze and thought about what Gun Yinji said. She gradually stopped smiling and frowned. Yeah, I thought it was weird too. I only understood what was weird after you said it. Right? We're all law students, so we should know that before the trial, the defendant's side of the story can't be used as conclusive evidence. The prosecutor can't treat the defendant's words as the truth of the case. This is a serious violation of the dignity of the deceased and the dignity of the law. I really can't believe the Germans, who are known for their strictness, would do something like this. Gu Yinji shook her head with emotion and asked Ma Qiqi, "Do you have the original source of this news?" The news she had just seen was from a German media outlet, so of course it was translated. Gu Yinji wanted to see if the original German news meant the same thing. When the Huan nation forwarded foreign news, the translation was always inaccurate. Ma Qiqi looked it up. "I don't understand German, but it should be this newspaper. It's a local newspaper." Gu Yinji glanced at it and clicked on the Chinese translation of the newspaper. Then she took out her phone and used translation software to find the corresponding German words. She then searched for German news. She actually found the inconspicuous German news. It was on the local newspaper website of the German crime scene, as well as the website of the local police station. The news was also reprinted. The content of the news, translated by translation software, was almost exactly the same as the hot topics on Weibo. The entire case was like this. According to the prosecutor of the local police station, the female exchange student's classmates first reported her missing for 2 days. Then the police searched and finally found her body in the woods behind an abandoned building. There were many injuries on her body, and her face was disfigured. A few days after the police investigation, a German couple turned themselves in and claimed that the female exchange student from the Xia Empire willingly had a threesome with them and unfortunately caused this. Gu Yinji was a bit dumbfounded. "Qiqi, I still feel like something's wrong." The German prosecutor said something like this to the media just based on the defendant's side of the story. He really dares to say something like that to the media? Does he not want his job anymore? This was a serious dereliction of duty and completely overturned Gu Yinji's impression of the strictness of the Germans. Ma Qiqi shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe he thinks that's the truth?" Gu Yinji laughed dryly and put away her phone. She sighed. "He's the prosecutor. Doesn't he know that the truth should be in the court's verdict? There hasn't been a court hearing, and there hasn't been a verdict. How dare he say something so biased to the media? I hope this girl's parents see this news and sue this German prosecutor to death. Also the police station and this newspaper. How could they openly publish this kind of article that insults the name of the deceased and tries to fish in troubled waters?" Not only did they publish it openly, but it also became a hot topic on Weibo. Ma Qiqi also sympathized with the innocent female exchange student who lost her life. "It's so pitiful." Gu Yinji thought about the process of the crime described in the news and pouted. This was obviously a murder and torture, but it was twisted into a threesome. Puffed. They're not afraid of being struck by lightning for saying such unconscionable things. Yeah. The news said that the body was found under the leaves of the woods. They also said that she was covered in injuries and her face was scratched. Holy **T. What kind of threesome could go to this extent? This was clearly a torture. Ma Qiqi realized and was filled with righteous indignation. I'm going to comment. I can't let these unscrupulous media have fun with the blood of the deceased. As Ma Qiqi spoke, she quickly typed on Weibo on her phone. Gu Yinji thought so too. On a whim, she also used her alternate account to support Ma Qiqi's comments. It was the second update. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were especially important. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.